Welcome to Charisma Saves.
You're weird.
You're weird. You're fucking weird. So, we're doing the thing. We're doing it. It's gonna be grand. It's gonna be spectacular. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited even more for when we don't have to quarantine, and we can at least do the end of this campaign all together. That'll be nice.
2022 is gonna be lit.
I was talking about how I made a whole mounted mini that I can't even use right now because of quarantine. I
Yep.
was showing off the physical map of Kador that we
Yep.
haven't looked at.
You've
in
got a
like over
physical
year.
map. You got. I can assure you that the final showdown will be in person. Hopefully we can get Randy out here as well. That'd be ideal. We'll figure out when we can snag you. But it will be. I'm gonna assume at the tail end of winter, early spring, due to COVID, when we can finally all get together and finish. It'll be good. That sounded more sexual than I wanted it to be. So, yeah. Do we have anything going on? I think we're good. I don't think anything's happening really.
Bloodhunter subclass.
Oh well, I mean, of all the subclasses. So the subclass that I made custom for Alex for Valios's Bloodhunter is done. It's all done. The art's done. I just got to compile it. So that will be for sale shortly. I also have another special thing that I just finished for another thing that will be out.
That will be released eventually.
That will be released not too long from now either. That none of you were expecting, nor was I. And then I got... I have finalized drafts on a custom subclass for Hannah's character in Campaign 2. I have finalized the subclass... Well, we finalized Sarah's subclass for Campaign 2 long ago. That's been play tested and is fantastic. I think it worked exactly like I wanted it to, minus some like typos in the thing. We'll probably be re-releasing that as a platinum bestseller with some new art, because I'm assuming Sarah's going to have new art at some point. I'll just re-release it with the updated stuff and fix the typos. And I'll probably do it in a big pack, so everybody can get everything all at once if you want, and then obviously they'll be separate. I also am working on finishing the last... I have a little tweaking to do with a facet of Randy's custom subclass for Campaign. Everyone's getting custom, and then Alex has a entire custom class that will be released... with multiple subclasses that will be released. These will all be released on launch day for Campaign 2. I'll be releasing them all as a package and individually. But the class itself will have... Right now I have 2 completed subclasses, one of which Alex's character will actually be. I'm strongly considering a third. It's really close to what I want it to be. So you might have, and sneak peek, it's intelligence-based. I know we don't get a lot of intelligence-based. We have basically artificers and wizards. You're going to have another intelligence-based whole class, and I guarantee you it plays well. I'm very excited. Me and Alex have been working out the kinks for a long, long time. Now Alex has to pretend to be smart. He just talked to me about some sort of fucking programming thing earlier, and my brain shut off. Yeah, I've been working a lot on a whole bunch of stuff. A whole ass class. It's gonna be bonkers. I also have custom backgrounds that will be released with a lot of these things. You're gonna get custom spells. You're gonna get custom items. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and it will all be obviously compatible with 5th edition. It's gonna be a big time release sort of package thing, and then of course, all the art will be from Sarah, who does all the stuff for all the Charisma Saves things. So it'll be really good, and all of these proceeds will pay for making the experience of Campaign 2 ridiculous. I'm talking, these guys are going to have physical money in their hands. They're going to have maps. They're going to have items. It's going to be arguably the greatest thing that's ever happened in the history of humanity.
I'm collecting things like a hoarder. So.
I have so many things. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out.
I went down there to look for note cards, and it's the piles. It's like a dragon's treasure down there.
Yeah, that will be organized after we get the custom table all set up. But anyway, so that's what's been worked on recently. But I think that's it. I think we're good. Unless there's anything else anybody wants to bring up. No. Okay. So last we left off, we were looking for the ambient music. There it is. Last we left off, the Keepers of Eight had traveled to Elysium, the afterlife and plane housing the god of rebirth, the god of light, Lathander, the god that was responsible, really, for the community that Alenia grew up in. Don't worry about ruining the mood, Randy. It's totally fine. Smash anything you want. He got double breadsticks today, so he's feeling a little
Good. Jackpot.
feeling a little confident over here. You made your way across the Elysian fields, across the beach, across the ocean, across the Soulforge, across the Elysian City, and into the royal palace that held the god himself. You sought an audience and needed to prove your worth as a non-practicing member of the religion, but a denizen of Elysium nonetheless. You did so. The group dispatching, not easily, but dispatching the Valkyrie Prime, along with her, I guess you could say, angel cohorts here. The battle was called, and you met and talked with Lathander himself. You had a long, pretty tense conversation, and during that conversation, Alenia, you got communicated with by Solarion, not the spear, but the soul within the weapon known as Solarion. And her voice said to break the weapon, to release her. You chose to do so, and not having time to react or understand what was happening, you released Solarion, the mother of Lathander, and incredible angelic warrior who quickly destroyed the Valkyrie Prime and the god of light himself, Lathander. She granted you some of her boons, thanked you, and sent you back to the material plane along with the Hartnell, where you now have spent a quiet evening on the lakefront cabin of Icilius, who has been freshly reunited with Julia, who was reincarnated through the work of the Soulforge. So, you have all had your fill of food, shared stories, enjoyed some time together. You haven't spent that much time out of the material plane, only roughly a day and a half. The night is drawing to a close. What would you like to do? As you sit on the sort of patio area out front, there are several chairs, lanterns, sharing some drinks. Maybe one of you is smoking something. Who knows? Staring out over the sunset on the brown cedar hold lakeside.
So what next?
Well, let's see. We got. Who do we have next? I think we have Zix that we need the essence of next. At least that's what I had written down.
Zix, Agangila, and
Yeah.
Isolfa. But
Yes.
He said that we should know Isolfa.
Yeah, that one's bothering me.
She made it sound like a farmer.
A silo, I think, was mentioned. That doesn't necessarily mean...
A dress and a silo. Silos are like holy places to them. Have we ever been around Silo or?
Have you ever been? Yeah, there's been
I mean, like
all
I'm
sorts
sure
of
they're all over the
Isolfan-
countryside, but it almost made it sound like she was like,
Why weren't you muted? It's some muty shit.
almost like tricking people into thinking you're a god, is what she said, or like you can make anyone think you're a god, but like, what does that mean? Like she's a god, right?
I think the addendum she stuck on the end of that was, well, once people start believing in you, it sort of becomes that. So maybe it was started as sort of like are they a god? But now maybe they are. I don't know.
Well, maybe we should take a little bit of a break and like go do some. I feel like this is the least treacherous part of the rest of this
So-
journey, and we could maybe take a little bit of a break and go ask some Isolfan worshippers or find.
Sure.
Everyone's an Isolfan worshipper.
Well,
There's
yeah,
not
but
a-
I mean, like,
No, not well. Yeah, there's. I mean, just culturally, it's Christmas. Even if you're not, you do.
Is there anyone who like specializes in the study of that? Like, not necessarily like a priest or priestess, but
a
like,
theologian.
yeah.
Well, the one we knew
Well, the one we knew turned out
was
to be
a
a god.
god, so
Who's proficient in history
I am.
or religion?
I am in history.
Okay. Roll history or religion if you're proficient in one of those.
well, that's a nat one. So
22.
30. No,
Okay,
wait.
well-
Sorry, 20. No, 29.
For what?
Okay.
History or religion?
Oh, history. I'm sorry. I didn't
Okay.
hear.
Okay. As you think about it and have conversations about it, Velios, you are aware of your own people having records of this kind of thing. The library is a little wet. As far as your understanding, I mean, Isolfa is just an old. It's weird. It's just so ubiquitous. You feel like there's books. It's almost saturated to the point where you don't. You think of like 13 places to go. and none of them seem like they're gonna offer you anything special. It's such a popular, like everyone just kind of buys in. Again, the Bountiful Day is a very, very popular holiday. People regularly like whether you engage in the religion or not, you acknowledge and believe in Asulfa. It's just a normal thing. Like, it doesn't have cults, really. It doesn't have churches.
Are there
Some
depictions of her?
Are there depictions of lots of them? It depends on which culture you're coming from. We talked about this
They all
early. We talked about this early.
Yeah, didn't like all of them tend to take on whatever race it
Yeah.
is that depicts her? Or I don't even know if it's her. Is it typically feminine?
Yep. Typically.
But not exclusively.
I mean, colloquially speaking, it's like it's like a combination of Santa Claus and probably an amalgam of like Greek gods. Like there's this humanity to Asulfa, where like Asulfa's shown to get too drunk, like that's Bounty. Asulfa's shown to
It's like a harvest thing too, right? Like
it can be harvesty, but
Okay.
but again the it's the bounty of whatever you have. It's the excess of whatever you got going on, and that's the
Because
point.
Wasn't the Bountiful Day in summertime?
No,
I thought it was.
it was at the end of harvest, or at the end of well, okay, so it wasn't at the end of harvest. It was it wasn't quite summertime. It marked like the beginning of that. Like it was like post spring. But it was at the end of like the first harvest, I guess. Like the big first thing, like after the winter, the big first like, and not just harvest, just it's just not cold and shitty, and people can go outside and there's flowers and shit, and that's why there was like flower crowns and feasts, and people just have more that first time when you just get a bunch of shit at the beginning of the year. Like tourism booms, fucking everything, really.
I feel like we should know, but she acted like we should know, but I'm trying to flip through my journal and see if I wrote anything down over the month that I'm forgetting.
Perhaps we should consult the Dragon Archives.
You'd be the only one that would be able to get access. Because, technically the whole
True.
thing.
it's not a bad
Huh?
lead though.
I
If
could
we wanted
ask.
to take a couple days and you could maybe go there and try and find anything.
You could also look for research on Nine Hells and the elemental planes if we have to go to each of those. Best way to navigate them so we don't get stuck like we did in Elysium for a bit, not repeat.
Yeah, if there's no way to bring you with, I could probably have Numai come with.
Okay.
I am not so good at research myself.
While you're doing that, I kind of wanted to go to. I had some stuff I wanted to try and sell. But I don't know what else we all wanted to do in the meantime.
Well, if you're going to Ivory Drift, there is something I would like to commission as well.
Okay.
Hmm. I was like, what's this name? I don't recognize dinner.
You have like a noise gate on your.
God. Oh, all of my settings got reset whenever I did. I will change it.
I'm just trying to remember when we could have met someone. That makes sense.
I mean,
Unless they were at our casino party, but I don't think so.
no.
Would have had been before that.
Solarion seemed to know that we had met them. So it's
it
not
was after I
unreasonable to
had the
assume.
weapon.
Right.
So that's a lot that's happened since then.
That's a lot of people.
That's
It
since
is,
like
but-
the first time we showed up in Ivory Drift.
It lets us shave some time off.
I mean, there was. I don't think it would be like Kraylin, right?
No.
Kraylin the Druid? Furbolg?
Yeah, no.
Never seen him in a dress. But
I've also never seen him like party. He just kind of loves everybody, so.
To be
He's
fair,
always
in-
super generous.
his pool is really nice, though. That's a party
I know
pool.
he is super generous, and that's why I kind of thought of him, but I don't know.
in the last episode, it was suggested that a Sulfa might be an airship, so let's not pretend like the Furbolg was the craziest suggestion
Suggested
someone
there
brought
was an
up.
airship.
Randy.
It was the only bounty that I had in my notes that I saw.
Ridiculous.
I mean, he
Jake,
kind of
since the beginning-
sound. Oh, go
Since the
ahead.
beginning of this campaign, how much lower is your opinion of all of us in terms of...
You give me good role play, my opinion stays high.
I would like it as low as possible. I don't like having to meet expectations.
Well, you really, keep it going, I guess, then.
I mean, there was kind of the implication that they ascended to godhood through trickery, which is a very Fae thing to do.
Which is why one of the Archfey might be.
We can't rule it out.
We did get boons from Arimarel, but he had to take them back to contain whatever's still
They-
I mean,
down
you
there.
would have to be-
Morel's they.
Pretty powerful
yeah,
to give
they-
those boons away.
They just kind of stuck around forever, which was the first time we ran into anyone who was capable of doing something like that.
Right.
We haven't ran into really anybody capable of that since.
There was another Archdruid, though, that we kind of double-crossed and never talked to again.
The one who lived in, like, the big tree? That was a long time ago.
Well, they both kind of live in big trees, but
It was a different big tree.
this one was before Solarion was around. As
Yeah.
like this was very early. This is when you were still the first you that we knew. So
I probably don't remember it very well. I was probably drunk then.
that's when we made a deal with a hag, and then we came out of the Feywild,
yeah.
and we popped out in a bathroom, and then there was the silver dragon, and then we had like this whole pregnancy thing that we faked. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. I do miss that toe.
I thought.
Did you not regenerate?
I mean, you
No,
have
it
your
did,
toes,
but it was still
right?
a toe.
Oh.
Now I have a toe. It's just I could have had I could have had that toe longer. That toe could have been part of this body. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe over time I've lost too much, and that's why I'm so short now.
All because of a toe.
You know, sometimes maybe it was a very massive toe. It was very
Well-
dense.
I don't think your toes are that big.
It was a
From
dense
1 to 2,
toe.
it was a toe. From 2 to 3, it was a face.
Yeah. You did lose a lot more when your face got sucked in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fine. I don't miss the face as much as the toe.
It's a lot to unpack.
It wouldn't be like a dragon, would it?
Which one?
Numai or Saldru?
Highly doubt it would be Saldru.
I mean, they both kind of exemplify bounty when it comes to showing off what they have.
That's just a dragon thing, though.
That... I'm not gonna stereotype every dragon.
I mean, when they show you who they are.
I can't find anything in any of what I've written down over all this time. Also, we never found out your soul is still gone.
Yeah.
Do you know how to get that back, or?
Well, plan A was to just ask Zix real nice.
Are we sure it's Zix that has it? Or is that just
It's
our
been
best guess?
implied. There were hints in the Shadowfell that it was traded up. Plus, when we were facing that big nightmare thing, I could hear somebody sighing every time I suffered.
Hmm. God, I feel like this would be the easiest way to go, to look for a sulfur first, but we don't even know where to start.
Well, if our
Meanwhile,
timeline is correct, the 9 hells are up pretty soon.
well, we don't really know when.
I think we did get a rough order, and it was
We
the
did.
We
astral
did.
plane, and then it was the 9. It might have
Right.
even been Elysium first. I don't remember though. Elysium maybe, and then Astral, and then 9 hells.
I have Astral, 9 hells, Abyss, Elysium, Elementals, Ethereal, Fey, Material.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was looking at a list that had places that had gods that we were supposed to go to.
So 9 hells is probably the next big.
Probably.
True.
Okay, I guess we can
Well-
plan on that, and then try and
Figure out the Asulfa thing as well.
yeah. Still maybe have Egnir go and look at the Dragon Library for any information on the Sulfa, maybe old information. They have some pretty old stuff there, though I don't know. I don't know how old the idea of a Sulfa is, honestly.
Why don't we... Let's have Agnir and Numai go research, and we can head back to Skypoint. And we'll spend a little bit of time there. Maybe we can find another way to gather some information. Or, you know what? Does Ivory Drift have libraries? Like,
Are you asking me?
I mean, like anybody. Does anyone know
I mean-
any libraries?
It's Ivory Drift. I almost feel like it has to.
Maybe
What's
we
the-
could do some research.
What's the what?
What?
Oh, she said something.
Well, We can go check out the Ivory Drift. I wanted to sell a couple things anyway. Because I wanted to get some money to work on a new wand.
Okay.
Okay. So, who's going
Sorry.
where?
Wait, is Julia sitting with us?
Mm-hmm. It's mostly just enjoying a drink and listening to this fascinating conversation.
Sorry to bore you with all of the crazy world-ending talk.
Apology accepted.
So, Egnir with Numai to the Dragon Archive and the rest of us to Ivory Drift.
I'm
I
fine with
would
that.
like to go to Ivory Drift with you as well.
Okay, so
There's-
Ivory Drift and then you can go
And then I'll be
after.
from there.
Okay.
And is Isilia sticking here with Julia?
Yeah, unless you guys need me.
No.
No, if you wanna,
No, you guys can spend time.
we'll let you know when we're ready.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, just do the old brain message thing, I guess, unless you have a sending stone handy.
I actually don't. I have one, but for Alexander. So.
Right. Well, you guys are welcome to spend the night here if you'd like.
I mean, we have a whole house right there.
Yeah. I don't want to take up a bunch of space.
I don't want to hear your old banging.
You're done.
Do you want? Oh, she wants to hear it.
No.
Okay, so she agrees with me and she yelled at me for no reason.
You just don't have to bring it up.
Yeah, I do. He's my bro.
Why would that necessitate the need to bring it up in front of everyone?
My man's getting laid.
Are you...
His
you're
balls were shooting cave dust yesterday. We need to celebrate
Oh my god.
every
Can
time.
you not? I think it's
Are you-
time to go to bed.
Julia laughs. Oh, you guys are weird.
You have no idea.
All right. So we heading there tonight, or
Probably tomorrow. Well, we are
why?
pretty much healed up, so
Why would it matter?
Let's head over there tonight, and then that way, if we want to... Well, we already have a long rest, but are we tired? Because it's like nighttime. Are we tired like it's still night, even though we have the effects of a long rest?
also will places be open at this time of
Yeah. Some stuff's open.
Okay.
so then why would we go tonight if some stuff is open?
Just because that way, then it'll have time
So-
if we decide to take a rest. So,
So
then
we can
the
teleport
Hartnell will have-
tomorrow?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
Also, there's like a house. Could stay in the house. We could grab some dinner or something. I don't know. It seems weird to just park in his yard. When we have the ability not to park in his yard.
Okay.
All right, you're. I don't know why you're cool with yard park.
What?
That's just awkward. I don't know. That's weird.
Why?
It's an outhouse. We're living in an outhouse in his yard.
Isilius, do you care
yards
that
are normally where
Hartnell's
outhouses
on your
go.
fucking yard? Does it bother you that we're
No,
here?
but it just doesn't make any sense. It's the least efficient. to stay
What are
here.
you about efficiency?
Well, no, it just doesn't make any sense. We can teleport like once a day. And if we do it today, tomorrow we can do it again. Otherwise, we're just there.
Technically, I can also do it with a spell slot, but yes, I agree. I would rather use the free
Right. Yeah.
one. All right,
So then let's go.
sure. It was nice to meet you, Julia, at least as a person and not as a stick on a gun.
Yeah. Gun stick. Do you name
I'm
the
so
gun?
sorry about
What's this gun stick thing?
You're
I made a gun out of spare parts down in the Shadowfell. And rigged up a little thing to put your focus on the underbarrel. It was actually kind of
Okay.
fun.
What's this?
Illithid broke it.
And you named it Julia?
Maybe.
All right.
he's got a lot. He needs yeah.
It's weird if I don't stay dead. Like that, then now it's weird.
Well, back then I didn't know I was going to confront multiple gods to bring you back. Circumstances changed.
They sure did. Okay, if you guys find a particularly gray-looking stick, bring it back and name it Icilius.
I'll keep an eye out.
Not sure why it has to be gray.
Because you're old.
Look at yourself.
Salt and
It's
pepper.
distinguished, and she sort of tugs on you. Okay, well, don't go getting into too much trouble, specifically violent kinds.
We are hoping not to.
Let me know before you do anything stupid.
Can't make promises, but we'll try.
That's fair.
All right. So everyone gets into the Hartnell?
Yep.
Well, I say everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone but
Everyone
Icilius
is
and
going.
Julia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have the cube. I'll just reinstall that so it's you know somewhere where I know it is.
Easy enough at this point. All right. You flip the switch, and you pop on over to Ivory Drift. Are we going about town, or are we...
Well,
I'll
it's-
park next to Arlem's probably old place.
Right.
Wait.
yeah. Are there any kind of libraries that would be open? Because I'm thinking we get some food, we hit up a library, we try to do some research, and then we can just chill at Arlem's house or the Hartnell after that.
Okay.
So are we splitting up?
If we're gonna try and find a library, I definitely want to be there for that. I don't know if that's a thing though, so we'll have to ask around.
I don't know what the other two.
Do you
were.
want to ask real quick?
Yeah, if we landed, I'll head out to the
Okay,
Hartnell and
just roll a
kinda-
persuasion check to talk to somebody.
23.
Okay. Let's see what they know about stuff. Okay. Ivory Drift. They know of two different libraries. One of which is arcane in nature, and the other is more of like a histories. They're more like library is kind of a strong word. They're more like bookstores. You're not really going to rent a
Sure.
book, but you can read inside there if you'd like. But it's it's kind of rude to just read books in a bookstore and not
Yeah.
buy anything. So
When you say arcane, do you mean specifically like it's more spell oriented, or there will be like
no,
here's
I don't mean they have spell books. I mean it's arcane and
Yeah.
and it's not historical knowledge necessarily. It's knowledge of arcane nature.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. So did we want to go one after another, or did we want to split up and do?
Probably one after another to be more
Okay.
thorough.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Do we have enough money to like buy any books if we need to purchase some?
How much would you need?
I've only got like I have 79 gold on me. Personally.
How much is a book?
Well, they could be very cheap, or they could be very, very expensive. It just depends on the book.
That
Yeah.
doesn't really. Yeah.
I mean, books can be as cheap as a silver, and they could also be as expensive as hundreds of gold, maybe thousands of gold. But those are usually magical.
I have 720 gold.
Okay, that might be good enough, hopefully. We don't run across any crazy tomes that they ask hundreds for.
Okay.
I also had stuff I wanted to sell anyway if we need more, but I kind of wanted to use some of that to work on a wand. But if we need to, I can do it for a book.
How much is the wand?
The materials I believe are 1,000 gold.
Oh, goodness.
Oh shit.
I'm just gonna give Alenia 1,000 gold.
Oh, how long have you had this on you?
Oh. A very long time. Yumai gave me some gold to construct an embassy, and she gave me far more than I needed.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Almost like a bounty, you'd say?
There's some
Leopard
updates
dog.
you need to make. Because we leveled up, and I forgot that I took the observant feat.
Hmm.
So my passive perception's 27 now.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Just letting you know that. Because I realized that I had it calculated wrong. Because it's 10 plus your modifier,
Yeah.
and I had it at 20 instead of 22. So plus 5 would be 27.
All right.
Just giving you a heads up.
Sure.
Which way is a good jeweler?
Didn't we know a jeweler?
There's multiple jewelers. What do you want?
Wasn't it the bard?
There's
Uh,
he does some stuff, but like
He has like magical jewelry.
just depends on what you want to do.
True.
I am looking for one who works with jade or stone kind of type things, precious stones.
For the purposes of, are you just trying to be secretive? You can text me.
No, it's a spellcasting component for shape change.
Okay. Yeah, you could easily find that along your way. There's many places that Ivory Drift is a. Again, it's founded by former adventurers. Even more adventurers end up retiring here to sell and trade in what they got during their adventures. And so precious stones, specifically spellcasting stuff here, is really easy to find. How much are you looking for?
1,500.
1,500 in jade. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to accomplish that, you can do so. It would not be hard at all. We don't even have to role play that out. You've been here enough times at this point to find different places. You might have to go to a couple different sources, but to buy them out of their spellcasting jade. But there's definitely enough here for that. So you have enough.
Okay. I need it crafted into a circlet or a crown.
Sure.
Does that like stay or does it get consumed by the spell?
It stays.
All right. Easy enough if you got the coin.
Oh, and
That would be. Alex is right. That would be what's his name?
I forgot his name. I know it's the boy.
I'm saying the wrong name in my head is what's going through my head right now.
I keep thinking it's Arcavius, but it's not.
No, Arcavius is the parrot. It's Morin Talbot. I wanted to say Brutterlig Cragforge, but that's the Bayside Market boss that deals in like fencing and stuff like that.
That was the fencing guy.
Right.
is it gonna take time to make? Do I have to come back or?
I mean, not any significant amount of time. I mean, the city doesn't really sleep, so we'll just say he took care of it at some point during this sort of 24-hour period. Easy enough. Okay, what else?
So to the history library.
The history library?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or bookstore, whatever it is. Looking for books.
I have a question also.
Yep.
Is extractor a reaction? Because it doesn't have it
Extractor.
written down. The new blood curse?
It's the are the blood curses different actions?
Yeah, so like one of the ones you have is a reaction, one of the ones you have is a bonus action, but this one doesn't say anything. It just says choose a creature. Like there's no action, bonus action, reaction.
Hold on, let me look at the things. Where, I just need you. Where you at? There it is. Okay, so here's that, and let me read what I sent you.
I feel like as a reaction it would be dope.
Well, of course you'd want that.
No, it just thematically sounds cool too.
Let me see where it is. That's an action.
Action?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure before we got into it. I was like, when do I use this?
Yeah.
Mostly because of the
you know?
you can get it at
The amplifies gross.
right.
Yeah.
And because you can get it at, you can get any blood curse at any level. So, okay. So, looking for the history library. You have to go north a little bit into some of the finer areas of town. And there is a sort of Victorian building. It's roughly circular looking. The windows are very ornate. The front door itself is painted in this burgundy. It's a thick wooden door that it mostly uses its like it makes that sound when it wedges into the door frame itself, and it sort of sticks as you pull this big brass handle as it pulls out. There are dozens and dozens of books in here around the perimeter on racks and shelves and stacks, and there are scroll racks, so I don't know if you've ever seen it, but a bunch of scrolls just stacked on top of each other. This is, at first, what looks confusing is a pretty decently organized space. It's just not uniform in... The books aren't uniform, I guess. Some of them are scrolls, some of them are parchment, some of them have to be encased, some of them are on slabs and chiseled, and so it's hard to really perfectly nail it down. Inside here, it smells rich of spices and incense, scented candles and dust and book leather. In the middle of this sort of with kind of this curtain sort of draped behind from the ceiling that seems to be a sort of fabric partitioner for a workspace behind that, at a small desk covered in multiple scrolls, books. There's one open book on a sort of an X stand that the book can lay open flat on. There's a man, pretty fair-skinned, big, bushy, black beard, big, thick eyebrows. Doesn't look terribly old, maybe in his 50s, but isn't graying necessarily. Has a large white and gold-trimmed turban with a big red feather sticking out of it, red robes, an ornate vest, and is sitting there wearing these very fine black gloves, and is currently looking through a scroll. Looks up and acknowledges you, just nods, and goes back to reading the scroll. Starts to roll it up, and then there's a little hourglass on the side. The hourglass has a final of the sand, and then he grabs it and turns it over, puts the scroll down. Yes, what can I do for you?
Hi, we were actually looking for a book with information on Asulfa. We're wondering if there was
there are many books on Asulfa.
Specifically, I guess, about the history of depictions, or I guess you could say if anyone's ever claimed to have seen Asulfa.
Many claim to see Asulfa. You do not know these stories of Asulfa? You do. Lots of them are when people need something. A relatively attractive X shows up. Usually it's the thing that represents, something similar to them. Like a half-elf might see an elf or human, or a half-elf, or a dwarf might see a dwarf or a gnome or something like that. Humans see stuff, orcs see orcs. And there's tales of like divine intervention in cases where people are going without and they need some more. There's also tales of specifically the Bountiful Day feast. There's an old tale that one time this city, long ago before Reconstruction, so prior to the 800 years, much prior to that, there was a city that threw such a great feast that Asulfa showed up, and the party was crazy. But and some are saying that was either the first Bountiful Day, and that's why people do it in perpetuity, or maybe that was a Bountiful Day that just went really well. It gets fuzzy. There's different claims when it gets that far back. Prior to 800 years, or 805 at this point, shit gets pretty sketchy. It was not a tame place to exist. That's why some place like the Nest would have had more decent records. It was isolated and away. Do you have any specific requests I can try to help with? You're asking for broad books. I would have to give you 75 books for you to parse through. It would take months for you to read these things.
I mean, is there anything that would be more narrow than that, do you think, Professor?
More narrow than broad viewings of yourself? I would hope so. Unless that's what you want, I have plenty of selection. I points over to a general area. Like if you just look through, it's kind of this left corner. If you look through this area, many of the religious books are there. If you're looking for anything specific, otherwise I can try to help you.
Wait,
Is there
are
any?
there
Oh, sorry. go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
are there
What?
any books? I don't know if he wrote anything. We knew a theologian named Harper, and I didn't know if there was anything about that name.
Harper.
Whatever. Yeah.
No.
Like. Okay.
Do you know of any material that maybe mentions the possible place where Asulfa resides? A specific
See,
place.
this is more of what we're talking about here. This is a more niche topic. There are those that claim that Isolfa dances between planes, but no other gods do that. I say not many people come in asking about this. I suppose you'd have to get some heretical books on such a thing. You'd have to be people that were not fans necessarily. Someone who would look with a skeptical lens on the easily the most popular of the gods.
Is there a way to get our hands on something like that?
Well, do you know any extremist religious cults? Because they sure have their opinions. I am trying to... one moment. I will go look in the back here. Sort of stands up. Walks behind that sort of purpley patterned curtain.
The only thing close to a cultist I can think of is, Necromancer Boy, but
Is it bad that my first thought was Lathandrian priests?
honestly, that was where my head went first, and I think you're rubbing off on me a bit. Don't celebrate.
That's
No,
I think that's good. I think that's good. I think I could stand to be a little more like you, and you could stand to maybe make a bomb now and again. I'm just saying.
I've never made a bomb, and we literally
I know, that's what I'm saying, that's
attacked
a
and
problem.
dethroned God, so... Technically rethroned.
Yes, I have found something. All right. He brings out a pretty thick tome. It's relatively simple on the outside. It looks like some sort of light colored leather. It has a metal band on the spine to kind of reinforce it. It looks like it's been repaired a little bit. And then it has an old wooden clasp that is in decay, but it's being right now. He's like holding it with gloves, and he unwraps it from a piece of cloth. These are called the Philosopher Arguments. This is one of the many tomes of philosopher arguments from the dates before we had strong civilizations in Cador. This is specifically the arguments between Proclus and Curious, in regards to an argument they had about the nature of the gods. I know for a fact, specifically, Proclus is a sort of advocate for piety, and I know that Curious is an advocate for counting on oneself, counting on the power of oneself, and believing that the gods are fickle creatures that are uncaring. So if you'd like Proclus versus Curious, it is 50 gold for such an old tome, but I do request that you take strong care if it is something that you wish to purchase. This is a classic. This is a secondary volume that has been rewritten, but it is very old nonetheless, over 1,000 years old.
Okay, this is a possible.
If this was a
there's
first
other-
edition, it would be 15,000 gold. But the
A lot.
information is the same.
We're also looking for some other stuff that you might.
Well, this is something
have.
that you would like.
What
I
do you
think so. Yeah.
Okay, so you get Proclus v. Curious. It's
Are you paying for that one, or am I paying? Doesn't matter.
PR
I can get it.
Proclus, Proclus, and Curious, which is Curius. What?
Yeah.
It's just very close to
names.
curious. It's like
Oh, I guess. And it's called Arguments of the Philosophers. Well, the title is Arguments of the Philosophers, and then it's Proclus Curious. It seems like a serialized sort of, very similar to like the Plato kind of thing. It's in a nice cloth wrap, and he sets that on the desk. Okay, and what is the other thing you are looking for?
Any recordings about Journeys of the Nine Hells?
Journeys of the Nine Hells.
Anyone who's ever traversed there?
Many people have traversed the Nine Hells. What are you looking for in regards to this?
Well, do we know? Okay, DM question. Do I know what level of hell of the Nine Hells Zix would reside on?
Roll a religion check.
24.
Okay. Where?
we should also try and figure out if we can find information on where we could find an artifact or something of the Nine Hells too, because we're gonna have to need one to.
That's
Get there.
true. It's not gonna be so easy as to walk up to someone and say, "Hey, someone is a giant demon."
Suffering
sword.
specifically could be wherever he decides it to be. To be totally honest, there is a. I guess there's. What was your religion check?
24.
I guess you'd know this. He would probably be where the most suffering is. And the most suffering in hell is at the gates of hell,
Which makes sense.
which is Avernus, which is where the blood war rages.
Avernus, you said?
Avernus.
Avernus with an A.
Gotcha.
So there's more suffering in the first layer of hell. There
So
are
actually, as you descend, it's less suffering, like a reverso Dante's Inferno.
not necessarily. There's just more suffering right now because there's a blood war.
Oh, I understand. I get it.
Like you could, I mean, you could argue that anywhere is like the deeper you go, the technically it doesn't get better. It's just bad. Like, so like the 9th level of hell, Nessus, has ridiculous extremes, like lakes of ice, flaming forests, wind that's made of fire. There are levels of hells that are icy, barren wastelands. There's ones that are the 7th level of hell, Maladomini, is like a polluted cityscape. Like, so it just depends on what is kind of your least favorite bag here. And then of course there's all the archdevils and stuff that do different things. Like there's devils that are in charge of things. Levistus is a famous one that is trapped beneath miles of ice in Stygia, but still has the power, even though it is trapped and held in place by other gods or other devils on purpose, but still allowed to exert his will because devils are fucking weird.
Okay.
So, I'll tell him then. Specifically, anyone who has talked about travel through Avernus.
Yes. All right. There are psychic tablets that,
Psychic tablets?
well, they're called the blood tablets. They are a blackened steel and rock mixture, and only through blood magic can you read them. So unless you have a blood mage available, you will not be able to necessarily understand such a thing. Other than that, we do have myths of Avernus.
That might work, or maybe about the Blood War?
I mean, there are many books about the Blood War. Your best bet would absolutely be finding someone that manipulates the blood tablets. But
Okay, weird question. How does one go about even finding
well, I
somebody who does that?
am not a person who understands the magics of blood magic. But
I mean, I don't think mine's really magic, or else it would work.
your magic is
Oh, you're here?
literally that.
I didn't know if it was considered magic though by like D&D standards. Like a wizard, like a sorcerer.
It's Hemocrafty.
Oh, well, if your shit counts, then... Yeah, we'll do the tablets, probably.
Yeah, if my shit counts, then yeah.
Or I
He
reckon
does some weird blood things.
I recommend a safe space to experience such things.
It's fair.
When you say safe, what's the potential danger involved with him reading these?
Oh, don't read it in public.
Okay, just
Okay.
I've had bad book experiences. One killed me once, so
Well, it shouldn't kill you. But be careful what you say.
Do we still have that book?
yeah, I held it in something. I have it somewhere on the.
You have it in a Ketchum sphere.
Oh, we do have it in Ketchersphere. Okay.
Did you keep it personally, or did you leave it on the Hartnell and did it get taken by your dad?
It was in a Ketchum sphere. We probably would have put it in the bag of holding.
You still have it.
would be-
You
Okay.
remember we went through this before. You checked to see what was taken, and that was not listed.
Okay.
Should
I
we try
just
reading
wanted
that
to-
again someday to get
No.
more info?
No.
75 gold for the tablets of blood.
I'll pay for those.
Okay.
So, anything else?
I think we're good with those for now.
Oh,
Yeah.
We have a friend who's also kind of going to a library soon that might be able to fill in the gaps where we can't find information. So,
this is interesting. All right. Well. And I guess hey, you have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you.
too.
Okay. Sort of taken aback by the very specific needs here.
Adventurers roll up into your shop and it's like, hey, I need books about hell.
It was the specificity, not the.
Thinking about taking my vacation there.
He
next,
sells
you
books
know?
on hell. He expects to sell them. It's the way you asked about things was.
This isn't a theoretical.
Okay.
Okay. That's good. Maybe we should grab some food and look these over now?
Did we want to go to the arcane library as well, or did we want to look through these first and then see if we have the information we need?
Well, arcane... Will an arcane library have the kind of stuff we need?
I mean, we're dealing with gods that are magical in nature. I would
Well, that's
think it would be
Also
potentially
divine,
relevant.
But... Arcane and divine are similar yet different. Arcane's not really my wheelhouse, but if you want to go, we can go. But that's kind of all you there.
Okay, let's give it a shot and see if we can get any other information, and then
Okay.
we can get some food.
You head in the direction that you were told to find the arcane library here, and it's not far from where you're at. You see a square white building that seems to be windowless, but on top of it is a black glass half sphere that acts as like kind of, it looks a little bit like a planetarium, and it has bronze double doors with this deep bluish blackish trim on the door frame. You open that up, and instead of this cluttery sort of standard bookstore type feel, in here you have a series of what looks to be randomly placed posts, and on top of these posts are glass orbs with swirling blues and purples and blacks and silvers and golds. Almost looks like tiny celestial bodies. Roughly, some of are the size of like basketballs, some are as small as baseballs. All in these different posts, all around. And off to the right a little bit, you see a woman with these sort of gold-rimmed glasses. They're very circular, very thin frames, wearing some sort of... it almost looks like a nun headdress, where it comes down, except the neck isn't wrapped up. But it's blue and gold, and these longer blue and gold robes that come down. Very pronounced eyebrows, black curly hair, and is currently floating several books in her vicinity, and with a flick of the finger flipping different pages and reading. Yes, come in.
Hi. We were hoping to find some books or a book on.
He stops reading as you interrupt her and closes the book, and takes one of the orbs and touches it, and the book's inside the orbs. Yes, you're looking for a book?
Yeah, this might seem weird, but we're looking at anything that might point to where Asulfa resides, what plane, what location on a plane, anything that might give hints towards that. I know that's kind of a weird request.
Well, my studies don't necessarily expand into the divine all that much. I am more interested in the interactions of the weave and magics that suffuse the universe in themselves. However, planar travel is part of that.
Speaking of planar travel,
Yes.
also, would you happen to have anything about planar travel to the Nine Hells and maybe artifacts tied to the Nine Hells, magical items?
You could get a specially crafted tuning fork for the spell. You need to meet the tone, the vibration of the particular plane and get it crafted as part of the plane shift, if that's what you are looking for.
Well,
Most wizards worth any of
Professor,
their
how does
metal.
that work?
I do have plane shift. I could do that if we had the tuning fork, but
How do
we
you...
would more specifically be looking for any potential artifacts of the Nine Hells. We have a specific way that we go about traveling places, and if we can find an object from there powerful enough, then we can use that to sort of hone in on the plane.
There are many artifacts from the Nine Hells. Throughout history, I guess you're not necessarily giving me much to work with here. It would have to be something more specific than an artifact.
How does that tuning fork thing work?
You craft a tuning fork?
It's very expensive. Let me take a look at the spell. Not only do you need the material, but you also need to figure out the
Frequency?
yeah. Oh, it's actually way less than I thought. For some reason, I thought it was like thousands. It's only 250 GP
Oh
of
my
material.
God.
But then you need, let's see. It needs to be tuned, again, to that specific frequency, though. So we'd have to find someone who specializes in that sort of thing, which might be difficult. But we could try and seek them out.
Yes, planeswalkers are people that exist. There are those that are dedicated to protecting certain ley lines around the world.
We've actually met the planeswalkers before. We worked for them briefly in was it the Abyss?
In the Abyss.
Yeah. Which we could, I guess, return to if we really needed to and try and get someone there to.
The abyss is not far from the Nine Hells, but if that is how you wish to travel, I suppose. I how do you use this travel? I am.
It's a big portal.
I am a mage. You can talk to me in terms that make sense to people that know magic. It's a big portal. Thank you.
It's an adamantine gate created by a friend of ours that connects to the various
All right,
planes.
so some artificery was involved to make it more stable. It makes sense, and I assume you need this for... take something with you, other than yourselves?
Yeah, it's a big box that is bigger on the
All
inside.
right.
It's basically a mini plane that I've crafted inside of a vessel, and we take the vessel with us to the
Ah,
plane.
that makes sense. Makes sense. Genius. It's a good idea. Most of these things I don't take the object that has the plane in it. I create the plane when I get there in the form of a magical door or something. Fascinating. So what kind of things have worked with this game before? You said you've been to the Abyss, and if you've been to other planes, that's fascinating.
At
Well-
one point, we used some sort of writing. I think that was to get to the astral plane.
Used writings
Astral
from-
planar travel in the astral plane is simple. It is think of it like a roadway.
Sure.
It's just paved for the travel on the
astral
outskirts.
stream that circles the other plane.
Yes, exactly. Good slipstream, a fantastic word to use.
And then
Use
when we
the
went to
weapon?
Elysium, we used a weapon of a celestial.
All right, so something that was forged in the fires of Elysium. Well, if you do have access to the Abyss, you need to get to the Nine Hells. The Abyss is run by demons. Demons fight the Blood War. Surely they'll have passage. You may... I have heard of worse deals than passage to the Nine Hells in exchange for work. Could be a thing that you look into.
Okay.
The fact that you need a specific item is what makes it difficult, because the item in the Nine Hells would take you to a specific level.
We need to go to Avernus, most likely.
And if you need to travel to Avernus... and at this point I have... seems to have... I feel foolish. Emperor. Apologies. The Keepers.
It's okay, don't worry.
Well, I was not worried. I just thought it strange someone would ask how to get to a place where they would surely die, but I have more faith in yourselves.
We did just come back from Elysium, so...
Well... Luckily, both sides need troops in the Blood War. They are a group of mages. I'm one of them. That we keep an eye, I suppose, on the goings on. It has been raging for some time, and it could be quite interesting. If any of you had infernal blood, it would be a little easier. If any of you were from Avernus, you
I
would
wish you still had those horns.
have some sort of
I don't
connection.
know if that would work. That's more aesthetic. I don't think that would.
Are any of you capable of summoning such a thing?
No?
I know I'm not.
Well, do any of you dabble in dark arts?
Exact opposite of that.
Well, what are your abilities? I can see what we can work with here.
The closest I get is, like being able to bring souls back.
That's not it. Not what we need.
I mean, it's blood magic, but that's probably
What abilities do you have?
mostly melee combat.
Well, besides that,
It's not really
abilities.
abilities.
Don't you like curse people with your weird blood thing?
I have blood curses and
And nothing else?
other than being able to focus on something evil, that's really it.
Well, what does that mean? That sounds useful.
If you give
Talking
me
about the nine hells.
if you give me an object or a location I am in, I can get more information. But I have to have an object that I am touching from there, or a location, or be there.
And you say you cannot summon a demon? None of you. You're muted.
I could do a planar binding.
A planar binding. Explain how that would help.
I could bind a fiend to my service on this plane. And then I imagine it would work much like when we got to Elysium.
It takes an hour to cast the spell. You need a jewel to do such a thing. It lasts for 24 hours. And during the hour, the fiend in this scenario would have to be within 60 feet of you at all times.
The only other spell I know about is like a 9th level insane spell.
So the point is to get to Avernus. That's
Yes.
the goal. Nothing else. Avernus is the most dangerous slayer of the Nine Hells right now. It's
Which is why we think that that's the place we need to be. We're basically trying to find Zix, personally, and we assume he'll be there because of the amount of suffering.
I would check where they interrogate.
Makes sense.
I think the best way to do it would be to, unless you can find some way to summon a demon, or a devil, I mean, to enlist in the Abyssal Army.
Oh boy.
If you already can travel to the Abyss, they're sending troops there every day, and I must say, someone as strong as the Keepers, surely you are being sought after by the commander of the Hellish army as well, so...
I don't think
If we do so and end up there and then we have our own stuff to do, they're going to be really mad, because wouldn't that basically be desertion? We'd be deserting a demon army.
Well, if you try to conscript yourselves as normal soldiers, like idiots,
Ah, so you think they would
I assume you have more wherewithal than to say, I'm a normal soldier. Or maybe I have too high of expectations from this group. I would hope not, however.
So you think they would take us on temporarily as basically cells?
They're demons, I don't know.
We didn't exactly.
I'm saying,
go to
if
the
it's
abyss
the
on
way that...
purpose last time.
If you have the ability to travel to the Abyss... That's the way I would get into the Nine Hells.
Okay.
Or like you said, the planeswalkers are also there and could.
Well, the
Maybe help us.
planeswalkers in the Abyss are quite literally infiltration groups to attack the Nine Hells. So yes, either way.
Okay.
Just don't accept... Demons are easier to deal with than devils, in my opinion. The chaos of a demon can be preyed upon. The calculation of a devil is different. It's part of the reasons the devils have problems with the demons. They're unpredictable. But it's good that they take their time with one another and not ourselves. So, there was a time when the planes were, let's call them closer. A time when magic was limitless. But now we are
When was
bound.
that?
Oh. Long before any iteration of civilization we have ever been able to really write about. It's been in small fragments of magical stone and of artifacts where these messages of times past have been set and I guess the information granted to explorers, adventurers. In the icy cap in the north, there is said to be preserved pieces of such a place.
Icy cap in the north. Like past where the nest was?
The nest was not on an icy cap. Does anyone know geography?
No, I mean, like, the
It said
nest
past,
was
not
north.
like on it, but like further
Yeah.
north.
Much,
God.
much past the open waters of the Northern Ocean. The top of the world. There are also tales of people being digging, looking in archaeological sites for these old places and never returning, or returning years later but being the same age. There are whispers. Only the oldest and most practiced of wizards and the like are probably privy to such things. In fact, much of that knowledge was most likely lost during the calamity in Gygax years ago. There was a great library in the center of that city.
Of course.
Well, I don't have any books on this. But can you... Would you be interested in a trade of sorts?
For?
Well, I myself may happen to be the proud owner of an abyssal tuning fork. And in exchange for it, because I have no need to travel there necessarily alone, would it be possible for you to bring me back something?
Can you be more specific on the something? Because there's a. It
Yeah,
could be
it's a-
like
that's-
Nothing
broad-
too dangerous. Nothing too dangerous. I just need a tiny demon. Mostly what I need is a servant.
You want us to bring back a demon for you to use as a servant?
Correct. They are simple beasts. Very easy to kill, so I would prefer you do not before I make it my familiar. But I need something that can read abyssal. And I need something that's not too dangerous in case it gets out. Someone could kill it easily. I need a connection for some of my tomes. So, I ask that you obtain me a quasit.
This feels like trafficking.
Trafficking a demon.
Yes.
Do you know what they are?
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Demons?
Quasits, my dear.
Oh no, not specifically.
Well, a quasit is a tiny fiend. It's if it's in its natural form, it has somewhere between a lizard, bat, sort of bipedal rodent of kinds. It's fleshy, but it's covered in spines and has sharp teeth, black eyes. But the thing they're good at is obedience and translation. There's tiny little shape changers. They may resemble a bat or a small bug or other thing. At times, they are mostly mischievous creatures. Again, they have been known to be killed by farmers, so it's not terribly taxing. It's just hard to go to the abyss alone, such as myself, and obtain such a creature. And then I wish to make it my familiar. That is all.
I mean,
With the tuning fork, we can get back to the city that we went to, right? Like, you could just take us straight there instead of the lakes of acid.
I mean, can we not travel there already with the Hartnell after? Wait, did we not get energy from there?
We did
That
get
we
energy
used?
from there to get out of there.
It was a charge.
Like we only had one?
We used it as like a step of a plane to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
If I use the tuning fork, can I use it to bring the Hartnell as well if I connect it all together?
Yeah.
I mean, we.
It
I'm a
only
little
goes to the abyss and back, and it only, it's basically like you tell it where to go within the abyss, and it will go there.
Okay. It's a little morally questionable, even though it's like a demon, but I don't know. That's up to you guys.
It's morally
on-
questionable.
I'm fine with
I
it.
know they're probably evil. I'm just- like it's kidnapping, basically.
Well, they're
Kidnapping a bad
chaotic. They're chaotic little pests that.
Well, so am I, but if someone kidnapped me, I'd be really mad.
Would you be mad if they kidnapped you from the front lines of a war you were born to fight and die in?
It kind of depends on the war.
This is the
Okay.
Blood War, where you fight demons and devils, and you get torn apart. And the
What if they like that,
body.
though? I don't know.
Do you think that the devils and demons like that?
I don't know. They keep doing it, so...
Do you think that humans like doing that?
No, but humans are humans.
Okay.
So... I'm not trying to get speciesist with it. I'm just saying...
Humans
they're
are
demons.
humans. Stupid creatures that decide that they need to fight meaningless wars over a land that's not theirs in the beginning. Yes. I don't think we should be denigrating our counterparts to the deep, deep layers of the abyss. They fight for different things. Well, I can't give this to you without an agreement, of course, so
I understand.
you can
What's
find
everyone
your
else?
way.
What do you guys think about the demon slave thing?
I'm fine with it.
Do none of you have a familiar?
That was like consensual, though. Well,
It
I
seems
guess
like a
Yes.
it was a gift. So
You can't make something a familiar against its will.
seems like a fair trade, I guess.
There are some known pacts that you can make with certain individuals, fiends, where part of the deal is they hand you a closet as you're familiar.
Okay.
Surprised that you haven't done something like that.
I wouldn't be so foolish as to make a pact for something I could get for a deal. There's no servitude involved in this. Only the gaining of a servant who, when not around, will be happy and gleeful in a demi-plane of peace.
I guess I'm on board.
Yeah.
All right. Well, she takes a moment. After a moment, she traces some lines in the air, and there's a sort of a thump, and there's a a beautiful chest. It seems to be made out of adamantine with mithril banding and diamonds inlaid in the top. It definitely seems to have runes of protection. It seems to have an arcane lock involved, a series of them, in fact, 3. And she takes the time to unlock them. She reaches down in, mutters something under her breath, and pulls out a quite nice looking black tuning fork. Kind of looks like a bident. Little points at the end. And here you are.
I'll take it and put it in a breast pocket.
Okay. There's another. And the chest is gone. Well, I very much look forward to such a companion for the library. And I wish you well on your journey. Would you request anything else of me?
I think that's it. Thank you. What was your name again? I'm sorry if you gave it to us.
Linnae.
Is that L-I-N-A?
L-I-N-E, but with a tilde.
Ah, gotcha.
We were also trying to, and this may sound crazy, we're trying to find Isalfa in person.
Okay.
We've gotten a historical text that might help us find some answers, but so far, because of how widespread all of the knowledge is about her, we don't know where to even begin looking for a god.
Yes, she had mentioned that. I do not know specifically where the realm of Isalfa lies.
Would you know anybody who might be able to point us in the right direction? Any colleagues?
No. It's not a large topic of discussion. There were ancient arguments made by people, deciding shortly after the Reformation. I mean, we're talking prior to this iteration of civilization. I suppose I've always assumed that the many iterations of Isalfa were misappropriated.
What do you mean by misappropriated?
Well, it just seems a broad concept, Bounty.
So you think, are you implying you think it could be multiple entities being...
Maybe, I have no idea. It just there's no structure. It's just bountiful chaos, I suppose. Not much. Yes?
I just have something I thought of to tell everyone later.
Well, okay. Then you'll probably seek privacy for such a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, if you need anything else, I'm always here.
Do you know if typically druids tend to follow like a Silpha as a focus, or
Do you know any druids?
I thought of one and I know two others. The one I
Do
just
any
thought
of them follow this Isilfa?
One of them doesn't. The other two, I have no idea.
I don't know of any specific cult that follows Isilfa at all. Again, it's very broad. There's not necessarily. I mean, there are priests that devote themselves to Isilfan worship, but it's certainly nothing like the Lithandrian priesthood or even the elementals. It's a strange religion that many people have just suffused their lives. So
Right, we're probably gonna need the dragon archives for the other things. So I think that's all we can get here.
Okay. We also need to check out the book we got on it anyway. There might be information in there. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Dragons think they're they're gods of their own bounty. Incredibly capricious creatures.
That's why I kind of said like maybe a dragon, but I mean,
I would doubt that. I feel like they'd have dragon iconography all over. They can't help but flaunt their forms. I don't know. You've piqued my interest. Not many people discuss. It's just, again, it's such a ubiquitous part of life. It's like, it's interesting that the bounty can be anything. Seems rather convenient. Well, enjoy your evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Goes back to reading books.
remember the bountiful day when maybe that's like a key. Although I didn't have Solarion at the time, so I don't know. I remember we just like celebrated the fact that we had friends.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think friendship is the magic answer here, though.
The real bounty was the friends we made along the way.
Yep, nailed it. Campaign over. Just like that. We've met way too many people. For me
I was
to
also
remember.
thinking about that Eladrin lady that helped you guys whenever I was caught, but by the necromancer.
That's not a bad idea.
But like Arlem knew her, so
That yeah.
I don't know.
The only person I can keep thinking about is the elven lady that talked to me at the casino party. But that wouldn't make any sense.
Maybe we threw such a lit party that she showed up and was like, "Hey, it's a great party."
And then
We've
didn't,
thrown quite a
stay
few
till
parties.
the end.
Well, the end involved a fight with two dragons, so
Yeah.
That
stop
sounds
being a party at
sounds
that
pretty
point.
bountiful to me. Not one but two.
I don't know if a bounty of death is that is a broad concept. kind of brilliant in terms of trying to get people to worship. It's
I know, right?
a very broad concept.
We did host that other party right before I got kidnapped.
Why are we caring about what parties we hosted?
I don't know.
I can remember them. We certainly didn't do any legendary awesome party things. So, like, nothing crazy happened at any of our parties except for the dragon thing. Certainly nothing that anyone's going to talk about and be like, yeah, remember that when a god showed up? Because I don't remember that.
I mean, we had a party where the necromancer was, so.
Well, is he a god of bounty?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, it's
Bounty of
noteworthy.
death.
Yeah, but wasn't that specifically to catch him?
Yes.
Yeah, but other people didn't know that.
Also, we kind of altered the timeline a little bit here. Supposedly that never happened.
Oh, well, I don't know.
So, like, speaking of which, do you think that did we ever actually go to his place? Jordan, do you remember that? Going to the necromancer's home?
We had the discussion about this, yeah.
Okay.
And there was the clone vat still, what we
was all still
presume is a
there.
clone vat, yeah.
Of that.
You know what I mean?
It wasn't like a...
It was like a tomb.
I know, but you make it sound like a Bacta tank. It wasn't... there wasn't, like, bubbling waters. It was just, like, an empty space where you could put something. Well... Anybody need anything else while you're out and about?
I kind of wanted to sell some stuff maybe to Arcavius.
What kind of things are you trying to sell? I'll just see if you can sell them.
It's a magic item that is a... Let me see what it's called. It's a cat head luck stone,
Mm-hmm.
which gives you +1 to all ability checks and saving throws. And then we had a vial with lock and key that I never cast Identify on, so I actually don't know what it is.
Okay.
And then we also had just random dragon parts. I don't know if anyone arcane would have any use for them, and maybe for extra money.
Didn't we say that we might want to use some of those to reinforce armor, or... I know we already had something crafted.
We have...
Kavi got some armor out of it.
Yeah.
We have a dragon fire sack, a dragon acid sack. The fire sack I was gonna put on my mech thing, but I don't have that anymore. We have 5 blood, red dragon blood, 2 black dragon blood vials, and then some eyes.
Do you just want to, like, flood it out there and see who will buy this kind of shit from you?
Yeah.
All right, roll an investigation check.
Unless someone has anything with any of these specific things, obviously. We have them, and I don't want to hold on to them until, like, the end of the campaign and never do anything with them.
I also realized that I can't use the Ring of Shooting Stars now that I've gotten this shield, because I have 3 attunement slots now.
Okay.
I've filled it up because I have the Frost Giant Belt, my weapon, and my shield. So, if we want to sell that, we can.
Okay.
Mistral armor.
Don't have
Mistral armor cloak.
official armor cloak.
Oh, wait, shit, I have that new cloak too.
Does the crown not count as an attunement?
No.
Okay. Mistral armor cloak.
I
What about the
pretty sure you have a rank.
the resistance?
Resistance what?
The magic resistance armor. That's also an attunement slot.
It's the armor I said.
I thought it was my normal armor too, with a gem in it.
That's where the resistance comes from.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was infused into it or different.
No, it's been like that since
Okay.
forever.
Ooh, my cape doesn't need attunement.
No, the magic resistance I got in Tranquis was at Sig's home.
Was it a ring?
No, it was. Maybe it was some item that gave me that.
Well, where you gotta find
It's
it on your
in.
shit.
Yeah, I did write it down actually.
I know.
Mantle of spell resistance, so it would have been a cloak.
Yeah, that's the cloak.
Mantle. Yeah. Okay.
Because you traded that in for the swimmy one, right?
No, we just used.
Pretty sure I had the swimming one still.
Right. You can only attune to one cloak.
Well,
Because the cloak was the cloak of the manta ray. You can have it, you just can't attune to both of them at the same time.
I'm actually surprised.
the manta ray cloak isn't attunement.
Okay, well, you can only wear one cloak then.
Yeah.
So I mean, like you can swap
So
it out
I-
easy. Just you'd have to deattune from the other one if you wanted to. It's a situational item, so
Yeah. So I have a free attunement slot.
yeah. The luck stone is attunement.
I know that's the one I was thinking about getting is the cat stone.
Unless you want this shooty star ring, but
Mm.
we could probably sell this for a good amount.
Didn't you just buy that?
No, we got it from.
We got it from that box that almost blew up Professor's fucking face.
Yeah.
She couldn't stop opening it.
Oh,
And here we
Underwater.
are selling it. I just want to say, worked out.
What does the shooty star ring do again? Do you have it written down, Sarah?
Yes, so it's got 6 charges every day. It also gives you the cantrip Dancing Lights for free. You can cast Fairy Fire for 1 charge. You can make balls of lightning in a 3-foot diameter, 120-foot range. They shock people and then disappear. They do like D4 stacking damage. And then Shooting Stars is you send out 1 to 3 charges that do 5d4 fire damage, half on a save. And it's like 60-foot range. It's kind of got like just AoE spell.
Yeah, kind of like the
Zappies.
cat head over that one. It's just always useful with literally everything.
Yeah, I haven't used this ring yet because like we got it and I was like, it might be useful. We should hold on to it, and it just no need to use the action for that.
are Icilius, Jerdun, and Agnir all topped up on that kind of shit?
I know Jerdun's topped up. He's got the Ring of Evasion. I think
The
it's
sword.
Black Wave. And what else? Chain of Returning, I think, was he had to attune.
I think now that we brought Julia back, Icilius just has his cloak. It's the only thing.
Do you want the ring of
He's
Zappies?
not here.
Brain message. Does he want the thing?
Yeah, send him a message. Be
No,
like,
does he want the
"Hey, you
thing?
want this ring?"
There you go. Does he want the thing?
Do we have anything else besides those 2 things?
Icilius doesn't want the ring.
No.
Okay.
He's good.
The other
Ignore.
thing I had was like a potion. It was like a vial
Potion?
with lock and a key. But I never identified it, so I don't know what it is.
Identify it.
I'll take the time to identify it.
Okay. What were we saying about the? Thought Alex was saying something.
I was just thinking. I was just like debating.
I go the wrong way.
Well, I'll put the ring on the table for grabs. Since I can't use it anymore.
Okay. So you have a vial with a stopper in it, and then you also have a vial with a
Lock key or something.
lock and key. Yeah. So the vial with the stopper in it is called well, the lock and key is called Sovereign Glue.
Oh, I know what that is.
The viscous, milky white substance can form a permanent adhesive bond between any two objects. It must be stored in a jar or flask that has been coated inside with the oily slipperiness, which this is. When found, a container contains 1d6 plus 1 ounces. This has 3 ounces in it. 1 ounce of the glue can cover 1 square foot. The glue takes 1 minute to set. Once it has done so, the bond it creates can be broken only by the application of universal solvent, which is the thing with the stopper, or oil of etherealness, or a wish spell.
It's literally permanent super glue.
So it comes with a thing that has some of the solvent in it, you said?
No, you have that too.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
It didn't come with it, just you have it.
Jesus Christ.
So you have Sovereign Glue and you have Universal Solvent. The solvent basically dilutes the stuff. It only has 1 use, however. So while you have 3 uses of the glue, you have 1 use of the Universal Solvent, and it will dissolve up to 1 square foot of adhesive. So the only other thing that can get it out is a wish spell. Or there's an oil called Oil of Etherealness that I believe puts you into the ethereal plane, but let me double check.
There's a spell called Etherealness that does that, so I'd imagine so.
Yeah. Beads of cloudy gray oil form on the outside of its container and quickly evaporate. The oil can cover a medium or small creature. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The effects, it just creates the etherealness for 1 hour. Which you don't have. You do not have access to that. So you have super glue.
Do we want this for something, or do we want to sell
I feel like there's so many things that you could think of to put permanent.
I feel like
super
they're all
glue
very
on.
destructive, though.
Exactly. Is there anything that you like want to put it somewhere and where it'll never move?
Is it bad that my first thought is I want to make a bomb out of it? Like, put the thing in something and then have it explode, and then whoever's around is covered in super glue. And then they're stuck to whatever's around them until they starve to death.
Yeah, that's pretty
Whatever.
fucked up.
Yeah.
Takes a minute, so.
You'd have to add, like, a sedative to the bomb. Can you add sedative to a bomb?
Oh my god.
I need to invent a sedative bomb first.
Why'd it have to be a
Then the-
bomb?
Because she needs everything to explode.
Well, why couldn't it just be a sedative and then the bomb?
That's no fun.
Alright.
I mean, you could have it cast the sleep spell or something.
I think the bomminess would wake them up.
Wait, why am I
Normal
helping you?
jostling and stuff can wake you up from a sleep spell.
I don't know why I ever give you advice.
So, are we now keeping the glue and the solvent?
Difficult decision.
I think I'm gonna take the cat thing,
Okay.
Okay.
so that I will attune to over time.
Yeah, that's
Alright,
it's
let's
called
try to
this.
sell the ring and see how much we get for that.
It's called the Stone of Good Luck, and it just gives you a +1 to all ability checks and all saving throws. It's not nothing. And it looks like a little kitty cat face
Meow.
with green emerald eyes.
That'll help me so I don't get Avelios.
Okay.
Actually,
So we have the super glue and the ring of shooting stars, and then dragon parts that we were gonna maybe try and sell.
There is a dragon lady in town that knows a lot about dragons and might pay a good price for the dragon part. She makes
True.
There is
dragon
a
killing
dragon.
thing.
There is a dragon hunter in town.
That's smart.
Micah
Yeah, Micah.
scholar.
Yeah, why don't we go see her and see if she either wants them or knows anyone who's in the market for dragon body parts.
I have to imagine parts of those things go into her dragon hunting items, so.
Sure.
Okay. You head over to the Draconic Scholar, Micah. Micah is a furbolg, if you don't remember correctly. She has white fur, blue eyes, and pink skin beneath her white fur. Wears a black tunic with a silver, silver accents and a loose-fitting belt. Well, hello there. How are you doing?
Hi.
Hey.
Good. We actually.
My name's Micah. Welcome to the store. We specialize in scholarly of the draconic origins, the biology, and the magics therein. So.
Would you actually be interested in purchasing dragon scales and teeth and things like that?
We didn't have any scales left that got used to make
Oh,
something.
what was it? Teeth and.
Blood, teeth, and eyes.
It
we
was
have claws?
eyes, some acid sac, fire sac, blood, eyes. Oh, and we still have one heart left. Because we used one for the spell, but we still have another dragon
I
heart.
thought we also had like big scales that we each got like pieces of, not the little ones.
I don't remember that. I didn't write
Yeah,
that
me
down if
neither.
you did. Because I thought some got used to make armor for someone,
For Kavi.
for Kabi, but I don't remember the other than that scale stuff.
So you're looking at selling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess if I want to make potions and stuff, I could use a little bit of everything here.
It is an ancient dragon heart. And.
No, it isn't.
Adult.
Oh, adult. Shit.
We used
One of
the
them was ancient.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
and you
used
used
the
it in a
spell.
spell.
True.
because the older one was better for it.
Well, unless you want to trade, I can give you better prices for trade here if you're looking for dragon weapons, weapons that are particularly good against dragons. If you're looking for potions that would give you some draconic vibes to you, or if you're looking for books, got that too. Otherwise, I can give you 50% of market price for some of these things if you're looking. I don't usually buy, but these are in good shape, so. Well, I do buy, but I have suppliers.
What kind of books do you have?
Books on dragons. Depends on what you need.
Okay. And the potions?
Oh yeah, we have. I have breath potions that basically recreate the breath weapons of dragons from small to large. I have all varying sizes and kinds.
That might not be a bad idea.
Just depends on what you want. The more expensive they get, the harder they are to dodge, I guess, and the more damage they do to a person. Well, hopefully monsters and stuff, but
I have to imagine devils would be immune to, or not immune maybe, but fire wouldn't hurt them as bad. So maybe we should get some sort of breath weapon potion that could help us in that area.
And just so you know, unless you're a dragon yourself, the distance here is going to be about half as much as the old creatures themselves. With this amount, I could give you one of the very rare potions, or one of the rare and an uncommon, or three of the uncommon potions. Or I could mix and match with some sort of weapons if you want.
I don't think we need any kind of dragon killing weapons. I
Alright.
think we've already accomplished that.
You think you have? What have you accomplished?
We killed 2 dragons.
2 dragons? Probably not going to fight another one.
I hope not. That sucked.
Well, you
Not on our
just openly. You're lucky you're in good company. You just openly talked about killing 2 dragons.
Well, where did you think we got the body parts?
It was.
They have a trade system with body. They understand how much they're worth.
It was like well known that it happened, because it was like a war thing.
Okay. You would just be careful talking about that. Unless you're in places like this, where, well, other than the more submissive types of dragonkin, actual dragons are often not not things we want to be having free reign over everything. So it's not best to defend yourself.
It's okay. He's married to one anyway, so.
So you're selling it under the pretense of self-defense?
They waged war on half of the continent.
That's why I think it's weird why you're surprised that we talked about killing dragons.
Well, I wouldn't want the dragons to know I killed a dragon. I'm just saying, I wouldn't mention it out loud unless you're trying to pick a fight with Pride Dragons. I literally wrote the book on some of these things, so. Anyway, what are you interested in trade for, or do you just want money?
How
How much would
money-
it be, just so we have a
I can
frame of
only give you
reference?
$4.75.
Very
For
low.
everything, the acid
Yes.
stack, that sucks, but
Or you
what do
can
you guys
trade
think?
in.
Whatever.
I gotta make money.
I know.
It's just like really, really low.
Is it?
Yes?
I don't really know. What's
Well, with all due respect, I don't know if you have any other places to sell these things.
What about the potions? What do you think?
Probably more value.
Much
than
more
just getting,
value.
like, 400 gold, so
$4.75.
sure. Almost 500.
What are like the super rare potions that you're talking about? The one that we could get one of?
Yeah, it's my most potent concoction.
Yeah,
Pick
could
pick
you
a
tell-
color.
Could you tell me the specifics of it?
It does about 70 to 80% of the damage of a large dragon, with 70 to 80% of the chance to hit. It's close to being a dragon as you can get.
Well,
Shut up, Egnir. Alright, I'm not the only one making decisions here. Someone else has got to make decisions too.
I mean,
I have my own breath weapon, and I don't care what you do with some money.
I don't know how much we need the potion, but the potion.
I have resistance potions.
Fire resistance might not be a bad idea for what we're about to go
No.
into.
I mean, it would make sense for fire resistance if that's something that's available for trade.
I've got 3 of them.
Do we want to do that? That way we're just prepared.
That's a hell of a deal, too.
Yeah, I think we should go with that.
Okay.
I think the resistance will probably help us more in the long run.
Well, they don't last a super long time now.
Is it a minute or an hour or what is it?
It is. Where are potions? Potion of resistance. 1 hour.
Hour?
That's not bad.
Yeah.
So 3 fire resistance potions in exchange for
Yep.
the dragon parts. Okay. Easy.
It's actually not a bad trade.
Okay. Anything else?
We need to go sell the Ring of Shooting Stars and whatever else Professor had.
Sure.
I'm assuming somebody like Arcavius would probably want that.
Yeah, probably.
It is. Okay, you could sell that for about 500 gold.
Okay.
The Ring of Shooting Stars? Okay.
It's not bad.
Easy enough.
Do you want to record that in your money pile?
Sure. I also had a scroll of delayed blast fireball that also has the ability to make it an acid ball instead of a fireball.
And you don't want to learn that spell.
No.
Okay. 300.
Ooh, okay, yes. And then what else did I have, if anything? Out of curiosity, would he be interested in the glue and how much, if so? I'm not definitely going to sell it, but I'm just curious. The value.
It's totally illegal for you to have that.
Oh!
Oh, no!
And he refuses to buy it from you.
Okay.
Why is that illegal?
I mean,
Why is something that can bond 2 objects together permanently unless you have a wish spell illegal?
Maybe solve it. I don't know.
I want to die.
There's that fence guy. You could... Wait, what would the fence give you for it?
150.
I'd rather have the glue. That's not worth-
Yeah.
You know, just out of curiosity, what's this catstone worth? I'm just curious. I'm not selling it. I just want to know.
80 gold.
That's surprisingly low considering it's a +1 to everything. That's
Yeah.
okay.
Well, that's
Weird
the
how
buying.
when we buy
That's-
things like this, it's like,
Yeah, they
you know,
wouldn't
300.
want to make a profit.
I
Okay,
mean,
that's
even
a
with,
hell
like,
of a markup.
Let's say you stole the, 200% markup. That's still pretty cheap for what it is. Although we're adventurers.
Market price or something like that's 450. So it's way more than 200%.
Okie dokie. So yeah, I think that's it. So that's 500 gold. I don't think I had anything else.
Wait. No, 800 total from the 2 things you sold.
Yeah. That's
That's
what I
not
said.
bad.
Okay.
Alright, did you want to get your wand stuff to work on while we're
Yeah,
here?
I'll spend the 1,000 gold. I'll take all of what I have out of my
Arcavius' Wandry, you're already there.
yeah, and I'll get the 1,000 gold worth of supplies to build the Magnum Opus wand.
Okay.
Oh, also, I don't have any of these components on me, but I need to get some stuff for Find Familiar. And do I need components for Steve?
Greater, yeah.
Let me see.
Yes.
I'm looking to see what it is. It's verbal and somatic, no material.
Oh, what am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of... No, I'm not. I was looking at it last night. What the fuck am I thinking
No,
of?
it's verbal somatic.
Must have been something else right after I looked at that.
I gotta see how much is it for Find Familiar.
10 gold per.
Okay, I'll get like 50 gold worth of Find Familiar components.
Okay.
Feel bad because Rose is never with us because I have nothing to bring him back.
The Magnum Opus thing says it takes a week to build. Is that similar to like the language learning and the Hartnell upgrades, where it's like each day I want to work on it, I can make some sort of check?
You don't
and
have
there's
to
like
make a
5
check.
checks. So I just need to expend like 5 8-hour periods.
5
or...
long rests.
Okay, cool.
Yep. The design is like in your head because of the
Algorithm, yeah.
algorithm melding.
That'll be good. That is useful stuff. I think I can cast Knock multiple times per day or something. I'm gonna have to look at it, but
Knock, and I believe it's quiet.
it is. It is a silent knock, and also I can store some spell levels and stuff. It's
Oh.
very cool.
I have an idea. I wonder if the looking pool at Arlem's house still works at all? Maybe
Haven't
I
you
could...
You've tried
It's
to use
cool.
it, I think.
Yeah, but maybe I could get some insight on the whole Asilfa thing.
Maybe.
Try
You
to
give it a
get
shot.
hint. I'll do that tonight.
So the way this is going to work is divine intervention dice.
Okay.
So you need to roll. What you need to do is you need to roll percentile dice, and it needs to be your level or lower.
Oh boy.
Yep. And I request that you roll them on the board.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna... Oh, shit. Yeah, once we get back, grab some food on the way. We can, just have a nice dinner at Arlem's house.
Sure.
I'm
There's
getting
multiple different.
pickles because, man, that craving is kicking.
There's multiple different places within Arlem's as well to chill in. Are we just heading back to Arlem's right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that was fun.
Ignir will probably break off to go to Numai at that point.
Okay. Good timing. Where is it? There's like this little... There it is. Little fire. Okay. So. You walk into the familiar space of Arlem's home. It's cozy on the inside. Fires are burning. You guys wanted to eat. What you got going on?
Yeah. Just
Just
I guess
what?
we'll grab some street food on the way back.
Okay. Easy enough. You
'Cause
guys,
I'm sure Jordan is starved.
you guys get some. Well, you ate dinner at Isilius's house.
Exactly. He eats
But-
all the time.
So you can get some hand food. You can get some easy drinks. Easy enough. For a couple gold, you can feed everybody real nice.
Okay.
You head back to Arlem's house. So at the lower level in here, again, as you walk in past the small courtyard where the Hartnell stays on the grass, little stone pathway into double doors. There's a mosaic tile on the floor. If you move to the left, there's a warm, cozy room with some leather seating, two basically lounge chairs in front of a fire, and then two long couches in front of some tables. You guys have spent time here before talking. The kitchen is a 10-seat table. It's huge. It has a hearth and fire that you can see through it into the kitchen on the other side. Also upstairs is the looking glass room, or the looking pool room here, and then there's also some bedrooms just around. So it's a cozy space. There's plenty of sleep available. You guys aren't here a lot, so it's not stocked, but you brought your food just now from the street. What do you want to do? As you sit there, you have that sort of very old book with the iron band on the back of it to keep its binding covered in cloth. You have these two thick black steel tablets. What do you want to do? Got tuning
Before we
fork.
get in... Oh, sorry.
Good.
Do you want to do the blood tablets, or do we want to read this really dry text?
Real quick, before we do either of those, just out of my own curiosity, since you are actually pregnant now, can I scan you to figure out how far along you are? Just out of... That'd be a good thing to know.
I guess so.
Okay. I'm going to use my wand and scan and see if that's something I can determine.
All right,
roughly.
make a medicine check.
Okay. Um, 14? That's not that great.
Okay. So the average pregnancy lasts about 40 weeks, roughly. Anything much earlier than that's considered premature. Can last longer or shorter, of course. With a 14, because pregnancy is a well-known medical phenomenon. It's not like very deep lore here. The first signs of like a bump show between 12 and 16 weeks. And Lenny, you're just barely noticing, so you might be at 11. And based on your scan, 11, 12, somewhere in there.
Okay.
So
like
you
at
have-
the end of the first trimester, roughly.
You have 30-something weeks left.
Fourth of the way through.
Yeah, 30-something weeks, and at 5-day weeks, roughly. So,
I forgot the weeks were different for a second.
pregnancies can go a little quicker.
It's gestation by 80 days.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just information I thought would be helpful.
Okay.
It's about was that 100 or not 150? Yeah, 90. What am I looking at? What am I thinking of? 150 days.
150.
About 150 days. So it would be
Longer than there is time left in the world.
yeah,
Yep.
which is good, kind of.
Yeah, kind of don't want to be giving
No
birth
maternity leave, yeah.
right before having to fight giant world-eating monster thing.
Okay. So, what do you want to do?
Should I do the looking pool first, or do you guys want to dive into the books first? Or simultaneous?
I can look at the book while you do the pool thing.
So that's one
It's
book.
like- I'm worried about me not being here if Avelios is doing his weird blood
Yeah,
shit.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
I'd like to supervise. Although I guess Judun can watch him too. They're handy. Good at healing people.
Thanks.
Do we all just run off and do our own thing, or?
Sure. I'll find some place to sit and
Yeah.
start looking through the book, trying to see if I can find something specific about Sulfa.
I'll go up to the looking pool.
Okay. Let's do. Yeah. And just out of that. No. Get out of there. Okay. Okay. So. Ow. Avelios and Judun. And Egnor already left. Icilius is back there. Okay. Way to keep yourself off the hook, Randy. So Avelios and Judun head to where?
Judun, I mean, they should be able to find a space in the house, right? That they could.
Yeah, I named all the spaces in the house. That's why I'm asking where you're headed.
Depends on where Professor wants to be. Maybe
Yeah.
they could go the dining room, and she could go to
I don't
the.
know.
I'll go. Yeah, we'll take the dining room. That's probably a little bit bigger.
Okay. And then, so Professor is alone in the study with the fire and the...
Yeah.
Okay. So Judun will sit there. You're at the end of the big table, and you bring the tablets out. Boom, boom. Set those down. Professor, you are able to lounge, looking at a crackling fire and sort of flipping through this history book. And Elenia, you are going up to look into the vision pools. Okay. So, Elenia, 15. Professor, 4. Avelios, 9. So it'll go Elenia, Avelios, Professor in that order. So, Elenia, you walk upstairs. And you head into the dark room where you can see, but there's just a simple altar, place to kneel down, and a flat viewing pool that you're meant to look into. You can set light into a candle nearby if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Easy enough. And what do you want to do?
I'm gonna just set the candle down next to me as I kneel down, look into the pool, and I'm gonna think deeply on either the face of Isilfa or some clue to find her.
The face of Isilfa.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'm going to gaze into the pool.
Gaze into the pool, looking for some sort of divine assistance. On here, roll me 2d10s, or just roll 1d. Just roll
no,
a
it's
d100.
1d100.
Well, you can do whatever you want. They both work the same way. If you want to roll a d100. They work exactly the same way. There's no difference.
Well, fuck.
But go ahead and roll a D100. That's fine.
I did.
You did. I don't see it.
I don't
Oh.
know how to roll it on the board. I just clicked on it. And
Oh,
then
you. Well.
It's a side menu.
And
I used the
so you
side
had to
menu.
get an 18 or lower, and you got a 22.
Yep.
So as you spend time, nothing. Not a single thing.
Balls.
Okay. Next up is Evelius. As you sit there at the kitchen table, everything's sort of cleaned up. Jordan sits with you just to make sure that you're going to be okay. Is Jordan going to cast any spells or anything?
I think he might have protection from good and evil. Let me see. Yeah, he's gonna cast that on him. It'll last 10 minutes.
Okay, so you have protection from good and evil in you. I believe it's just if you get attacked that would help.
If anything, that's a Fey Fiend, Undead, Celestial, it would, give it disadvantage to attack it.
I can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed either.
Right.
So
Which might be good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Charm, Frightened, or Possessed.
Okay. So, Velius, you have these 2 tablets out. And what are you using to...
I assume there's nothing on them.
there's,
I can't
there's
see
writing
anything.
that you can't read.
Okay. Well, they're blood tablets and you need blood magic, so we're gonna bleed on them.
Okay. So, go ahead and infuse them with your Crimson Right.
Okay.
As you sit there and bleed,
Okay.
wiping blood on each side. And you also have that ability. I forget what it's called.
Grim psychometry.
That's the one. Grim Psychometry. Explain Grim Psychometry.
Alrighty. At 9th level, you have a supernatural. When making an intelligence history check to recall information about a darker past surrounding an object you are touching or a location you are present in, you have advantage. The information gleaned often leads towards the more sinister influences of the past and sometimes conveys visions of things previously unknown to the character on higher rolls.
Okay. So, and what are you trying to glean from these tablets?
Oh boy.
You can all chip in.
What?
Yeah, 'cause-
what was it that he said was in them, or they were about? Because we got them for a specific reason.
They just about the blood war in general?
Right.
Or were
but
they about-
But they were written in the abyss
I thought it was in the house.
about the hells.
Oh.
Okay.
So it's for like clues to navigate the hells, right?
Yeah, so something to navigate Avernus,
No.
or
Something to help
the,
us-
the location of Zix. Maybe how to get close to him.
Out of those two, which would we prefer? How to navigate the 9 hells or where Zix is?
Navigate the 9 hells.
Navigate?
Hard
Okay.
to have an idea where we'll find him.
Yeah.
We need to find where the souls are tortured.
Yeah, so we'll see if there's any, I guess, descriptions or potentially visions, depending on how high I roll, of navigation or anything that makes it easier, I guess, to
Find the tortured
travel.
souls.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your history check then.
Okay, do you want me to do it in roll 20? Or
Yeah.
let me do it. Okay. Just hit the 2 button and then roll it, right?
When I do it, it hits the D20 and then I can drag it out.
I can't. So
No, the 2 is with advantage.
yeah,
Oh, you do get advantage because you have.
correct.
Okay, so it's a. I don't know what your history bonus is. It's a 9 on
It
the
would
dice.
be a 17.
17. Okay. So you sit there. The blood begins pooling in what looks to be scratches, just random scratches. But your blood begins to pool in specific locations on the scratches. And though you can't read it, you're starting to get some visual feedback. In fact, your peripheral vision becomes weak as you imagine yourself a passenger. You're in a dark tunnel. And you see in front of you what looks to be a horned being, maybe a tiefling, but just you can't quite tell. It's hard to focus. You hear from the individual as they slowly paddle. You look down into this water, and though it's black and hard to see through, you can almost feel things reaching after you. You can almost see eyes staring at you from the bottom of this river. There's stalagmites and stalactites and this craggy tunnel that winds. Paddling through. Okay. You, without thinking about it, almost a passenger in your own body, you grab a rope that's on the side of this vessel. It's a sort of a boat, but it's made out of this black steel. You take a rope, but the rope is sinuous, fleshy. You wrap it around one of the nearby formations, tie it off. The boat stays still, and the being with horns steps off and disappears through a small staircase and a small archway in this cavern, this underground tunnel in this underground river. And you step through, and as you slowly head away from this water, you can hear behind you, you hear footsteps behind you, but you're not threatened by them. It's almost reassuring that there's footsteps behind you as you step forward behind this horned individual. This is as far as I go. And you nod and you carry on past this individual. As you look up, you just become overwhelmed by the sounds of wailing, of flesh tearing, and of blades raking across bone, laughing. You breach this passageway and pass what looks to be a curtain, but when you touch it, it's wet and fleshy, like skin. You push it aside, and you look out. And you see a tower that you're on the inside of that stretches high that you can't see the end of it. And there's just hundreds, probably thousands of humanoids, demons, tieflings. You even see a couple angelic creatures being flayed and burned and broken. You turn behind you, and you see shadows of people, but no real form in you. Let's go. And then you're back. The water fades away, and you're slowly brought back. You're done sitting there looking at you. You look down, and the tablets have been pushed off the table, cracking into the wood floor itself. And in your own blood with your hand, you've drawn a pentagram with strange runes inside of it that you don't understand. You okay, buddy?
I'm okay. I feel okay. Nothing feels different.
Okay, alright.
But fuck, that was a lot.
I'm gonna come check on them.
Yeah, as you hear this,
Yeah. Go down and be like,
okay,
is everything okay?
you see
Oh, it's-
a bloody pentagram with strange writing on it. Do you speak Abyssal?
I do.
Do you okay. They are definitely I guess you could say numbers.
Numbers?
Yeah, but it's more of like a... It's just different. It's just, you can't really place why it's different. It's definitely different, though. Professor, you hear this, you can walk out if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll go
Okay.
take a look.
Okay. As you sort of see Elenia in front of you, and she sort of stops in the doorway. You sort of walk past, or up to, and look.
He
and...
wrote weird abyssal things on the floor in his blood.
No, on the floor, on the table.
Oh, on the table.
The tablets fell on the floor. He pushed them off.
I hope that doesn't soak into the wood. That's gonna be hard to probably get out. That's a shame.
I don't think that's a thing we should leave in this house.
Does anyone read that, I say?
I read abyssal, but I can't quite tell what it is.
I mean, can you read Abyssal?
I cannot.
I mean, you can make an Arcana check on it if you want.
I mean, sure, yeah.
I'm gonna throw out a divine sense.
It's evil.
Obviously.
27?
That is 1/2 of what you would need to basically teleportation circle.
Oh, it's half of like the Okay.
So we could like use that as a teleportation.
Well, we only have
circle?
half of it.
Well, if you got to the other one, you could use. You could,
Oh, sure.
You would know this one. But it's specifically a type of travel that demons and devils use specifically, not demons. Devils use blood transposition. So you would need your Arcana check was pretty high. And you've been skipping through this book recently. And you just had a couple conversations with people. This type of teleportation is how demons would normally. They would make a deal with a material plane bound individual. And the deal would be draw this in your blood. And then either could pass back and forth if they knew the sigil that the other one drew. The problem is that demons can only last for a little bit of time before they're shunted, because they're not material, and that's kind of the rule. It's a physic law, basically. So more often it's for people to come to the Nine Hells, or if it's something quick that they can do. It's a summoning circle without the leash, technically, but it's not bound to a specific demon. So to use this, if you left it, you would want a demon, a devil's blood, and copy this sigil in that blood and walk through it to end up here.
Oh, so
So something could come
Easy.
through to this side, but we can't use that to go to the
If
other
it knew this sigil,
side. We should.
but you don't know why you drew that sigil.
yeah, I'm very curious. Why is
Probably
it?
whoever had these tablets communicated with somebody on the other side with those sigils.
You have no idea.
I'd have to imagine that's what it is. How would this shit end up on the material plane if it wasn't for something crossing over or someone crossing over their side? Either way, if you want to record that, you can.
I'll write it down.
I'm wiping this off of my table.
Anyways,
I'll take a picture of it too with the phone,
Okay.
but I'll also kind of take the sequence down in my notebook.
I think I know what we're kind of looking for. For a giant tower.
Can't be hard to miss a giant tower.
I don't mean just giant, I mean never ending. Like, that's how tall it is.
Well, did you see it?
Yeah.
I thought
Was it like on the
this is-
horizon?
I was inside of it.
Was there anyone inside with you?
If you count the humanoid demons, tieflings, and celestials that were being tortured, yes.
That's
We were
There
the
was-
place- the place we need to go.
I was on a boat through a dark tunnel with a horned being, possibly a tiefling.
You
we
can make a
went-
religion check if you're proficient.
I am not.
Anyone? Or him?
Anyone.
I think that's a 17.
Okay.
Yeah, 17.
The only river you know of in the Hells is the River Styx. But it's And it's a river of like lost souls and stuff like that.
I mean,
It travels through innumerable passageways and stuff. It'd be someone that you would need to
Navigate that.
Yeah.
it feels like it was because the water was black, and I
Could be
couldn't
like-
see through it, but it felt like people were reaching for me and staring at me.
That would be the souls.
That sounds about right.
So we need to take the river Styx to the tower, but we need to find someone who can guide us there. Which
There
means
was
we're probably gonna have to barter or pay somebody to sneak us in.
So we are in the tunnel. I don't remember how far down, but we tied off a rope, and there was a small staircase and a small archway that I followed, but they wouldn't go with me. They left me to go by myself.
Okay, so we know find the river Styx and find a boatman to take us to the tower where the torture happened.
So, Abyss, Passage to the Nine Hells,
Mm-hmm.
someone to take us along the Styx,
Mm-hmm.
and then into some sort of murdered, tortured place.
Yep.
Sounds,
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds terrible.
Yep.
Yep.
It's the exact opposite of everything we just experienced. A river included, though. So
At least there's a river here.
there won't be a river with nice fruits and fancy doors with our pictures in it. Just creepy suffering and souls and yeah. Jordan, you don't have to come with us if you don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I have stuff I can do if you need me to do that. I think it would be good if there was someone to sit and prepare that little army we have to understand what we're going to be going after.
Yeah.
The goal is to defend Gygax, right? Big walls.
Since that's where most people kind of ended up gathering after everything fell apart. Yeah.
So we're expecting a fight not far from here.
Probably.
There. But,
There.
you know what I mean?
I mean, we assumed it would just be Gygax because Ivory Drift wasn't in existence anymore, but there might be two wars, although
Well, I'm talking about the big fight. I'm not talking about the when the last day.
yeah, I
It goes
assume
for the
it'll all-
most. It goes for the most. The heaviest collection of magic, right? That's kind of the idea here.
We can.
Wouldn't that be
draw it.
wherever you were?
Yep.
Just maybe we can
We-
fight it on our own turf.
I think we bring it away from the city itself, but that's why we have Skypoint to organize.
I have a different plan.
Hmm.
I've been thinking about this. What if we... I guess we gotta be able to plan it, though. evacuating people from Gygax, and because Gygax is such a big defensive structure, we could.
Just use the city.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea either.
Yeah, but people have to go all the way across the country for some sort of
Sure.
refuge. They'll be like,
Well, we could use the
Let's just say how many people can the Hartnell hold.
right.
I could
We
move
could-
a lot of people.
If we could evacuate a whole city in the blink of an eye.
All we need is people ready,
Yeah.
and we can have an evacuation phase while the army keeps stuff at bay, and then we can join the fight, or we can be in the fight.
What did your defense
Thing.
system do?
It gives us early warning, right?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yes.
Does it do any kind of...
so the defense system would let us know when it's coming, and then we could evacuate
It's
people.
less of a defense
Yes.
system and more of an alarm, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's just a warning that will tell us when something is about to happen.
How many people can you fit in the Hartnell?
I don't
That's
think
theoretical.
It's limitless.
Fair.
I
Like,
don't know
you
of a
make as much
practical
room as you
limit
want.
because I can make like theoretically as many bedrooms as I want. I could probably make just one big room for people to go into with chairs or whatever to sit
Do
in.
we have
Where-
unlimited food and stuff if they need it?
Does
Like,
Kazdan know how to operate it?
Even if he doesn't, the Hartnell can fly itself now. It's alive.
Yeah, it's sentient.
So I
Yeah.
can send it
So
somewhere.
Kazdan could be part of the fight.
Yeah.
Yes.
mm-hmm.
Are you saying that we don't move them until right before the fight because it won't come to us?
Right. So we can guarantee.
Okay.
I like that. We'd have to have everybody in the Hartnell beforehand.
Well, as soon as the alarm goes off, and everybody has to understand that that's what's happening. Is you're making a line, getting into the Hartnell, and we'll protect. The goal is to protect the people, and then worst case scenario, they'll live a little bit longer in the Hartnell than they will outside of it, if we fail.
True.
And I don't know, maybe there's something crazy the Hartnell can do to protect people or something. But I don't know at this point.
Well,
But I think that'd be
What
the
if
way
it
to do
goes
it.
after the Hartnell?
we need to get a huge, like,
It probably
organized-
would once we're. I was about to say once we're dead, but assuming we fail, yeah, it would probably eventually catch it. But
We're gonna have a huge effort to tell everyone in the city.
yeah, I think it's probably time people understand what's going on. So what I think what I'll do while you guys are gone doing this is I'll work with Delric.
We definitely need a
And
census.
I'll work with the lady, Emperor. She's got a soft touch. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any of the speaking. I'm gonna let them do speaking. I'll talk to the soldier people. They can handle bluntness. But also we got some sort of angel shit going on, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll take care of that, and I'll make sure. I'm gonna leave Icilius and Julia alone for a while, though. I think,
Yeah.
but he wants.
They've earned it.
But Icilius needs to get his.
Might have to come
I know.
with us to
I
get
know.
us
I'm gonna leave him alone for as long as we can. But that's what I'm saying is like, I think maybe it wouldn't be the worst thing to, I don't know, have Julia be safe and maybe, I don't know what Icilius wants in that situation, but I can.
Well, we could ask Julia what she wants too, because if she wants to help in any way, I don't see why she couldn't go to Skypoint and
Yeah,
help with the effort.
I would hate to ask her to go
She-
to the Nine Hells, so.
She used to fight, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah,
Anything
like,
is better than nothing.
over 10 years ago. But I think she might have something she could, aid.
Even if it's
with.
not fighting, if it's just something.
Just one more person to help
Just one more person.
spread the word and
Yep.
We gotta figure out where these people go. Like, yeah, they're on the Hartnell, but what next?
Are we gonna try to grab the other cities too? We're running out of time here.
Do
Are
we
they
have
gonna-
enough time?
Are they gonna live on the Hartnell? We wouldn't be able to use it. We're certainly not taking that shit to the other planets.
Hartnell is our Snowpiercer.
Well, we'd only need them to be in the Hartnell for when the warning goes off to when the
The whole thing.
We either-
battle's over.
So either we're alive or we died.
Well, I'm saying, like, are we going to Tin Top and being like, hey, everybody?
I don't even think they'll believe us until it's too late.
Well, I feel like
so-
some people will believe us. What if it's not everybody, but maybe? What if? How do we put the word out?
It's a huge effort.
Bastier.
No, not this.
We have him in Tin
Well,
Top.
not just Tin
If-
Top. I mean, everywhere. What do we?
If anything, we'd have to send out basically emissaries to get the
I
word
might
out.
be able to give someone a call. At the casino party, there
Mhm.
was an elf lady said if I ever need a political ally to give them a call.
Well,
I forgot
might-
the person's name
You should look it up so Jake knows them.
because that was a fucking long time ago.
I have it. I have it on some piece of paper somewhere around here, but
yeah, that would help. We also know Xeno.
Xeno Elixis, they are pretty powerful.
I wonder if Kralin would
Basically,
help.
We need like a network of all the cities. We need someone in every city in order
Well,
to communicate with each other.
He just mentioned Kralin. The Fae is also gonna fall victim.
If we can get
Are we saving
Kralin.
demons?
Or Emerald, probably not. Although, as soon as other planes start to collapse, they're gonna try to escape to the material plane, which is the last one that's gonna be standing.
Okay, so okay, hear me out. This is a bad idea. Demons and devils are gonna be clawing at our door while we're trying to fight a more important threat. How do we make peace in that short period of time?
Make peace.
Okay.
They can't even stop fighting each other. How do we?
No. We don't have to make peace with them. It really just needs to be the important ones, right?
Like Grazit?
I mean, like Grazit.
Are you saying like the rest of the 9 hells?
I'm saying, what can we offer them for peace? And I feel like a lifeboat is a really great answer to that question.
Are you saying we put them like on the Hartnell?
I'm saying we figure out something that isn't that. But if we could just like sequester that away. You know what I mean?
Are they smart enough to understand that what's coming is going to kill everything and everyone?
Not your average demon and devil, but yeah, the other
I
ones,
mean, the
yes.
higher ups.
Are they smart enough? They outsmart people all the time. That's the thing.
I know, but literally, the Thander thought he was smart enough to know it was coming, but he was stupid enough to think that he could fight it by himself.
Yeah, but he's a god. Demons aren't gods. Devils aren't gods. There's a hubris that I feel like, is it fucked up? I feel like they're better at understanding their limits.
No, I actually kind of agree there. Which is why I'm saying they might actually listen to us, kind of like the dragons did, in order to save their own skin. We tell them, we know it's coming, we're gonna fight it. If you want to fight it with us and increase your chances, I'm sure many of them would probably commit some of their armies to that. The higher-ups would want
That's
to
still not a
stay
life
around.
raft.
No, but we offer...
We offer, hey, by the way, the 9 hells in the abyss will be gone by the time this occurs, and you'll be dead. You still want to help out, bro? Yeah.
Does Lena sound
No.
familiar?
Who?
We offer to bring...
Lena?
Yes,
Is that the one?
that sounds right. Yeah.
Okay, because I have the note that they gave me, but I didn't have the name. But Randy had the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
We offer to bring the important ones to the material plane with us, maybe?
Well, they can't exist in the material plane. This is the question I'm asking. How do we get?
We
Can they
basically
exist
need to
on the
save
heart on
a
the
bit of
material
where they
plane?
are from somehow so that they can still live there, but in a space that is not destroyed by the thing that is devouring the universe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying, if we could prevent having to fight them too, but if we have to fight them too, we'll fight them too. It just would make it easier.
The literal only way I can think to save them from that is the Heartnell. It's the only demi-plane we know about that's not under threat of being deleted.
Could Professor technically message that person?
Did I meet her? Do you need to meet
That's
someone?
what I'm trying to remember.
Let me look at sending.
With which you are familiar.
Yeah, did I talk to her at all? I don't remember. I don't know if I had any interactions with her.
No.
Can you message Delric and see if he knows how to get in touch with her?
Or Xenolixis, I'd say. Is
Or
probably
Xeno,
the
even?
better bet there.
Yeah, Zeno could probably.
Xeno's
just say,
part of
"Do-
the High
do-
Court.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do ritual sending and just say, "Hey, this is the professor. Do you know how to contact a woman named, it was Lena?"
It was Lena. I think it was Mormaline or Moralamine. Is one of those two. Morlamine.
I'll say, I think it's Lena Morlamine,
Okay.
or someone high up named Lena.
That's the end of the message.
Probably
Yes.
mention that it's Avelios, the Emperor.
Oh, for Avelios. He knows who Avelios is, so that's fine.
The fucking Emperor.
Okay.
That's his name, right?
That would make more sense than just me randomly be like, "Hey, bro, what's up?
Hey, bro.
Remember that time we hung out?" Anyway.
Okay. After a moment, they get the message. And you receive, "Hello, Professor. I could, in fact, contact her. I will have someone contact the Emperor, probably at a more reasonable time.
Oh yeah, it's like
Good
late at night. Shit.
Um,
Whoops.
if you request anything else, after daybreak, feel free. Have a wonderful 3 a.m.
Oh
What?
I'll just send a one-word sending back. Sorry, lost track of the time. Not one word. Just sorry.
No need for apologies. I was up already.
They're too polite.
They're an elf. Elves only sleep like 4 hours.
Have
Or
a
they do
wonderful-
with the trance.
3 a.m. and 1 minute.
So, I was gonna say, is there a way that you can use the Hartnell to make, like, here's the demon room, here's the devil room, here's the
Oh, so
human
now we're
room.
just segregating
Okay,
people.
now here's the thing. I don't want my ship that is also my home to be the new center of a war that starts in a demi-plane of my own creation. What is that gonna be like?
That sounds right up your alley, though.
500 years from now, someone stumbles on a toilet and there's a demon devil war happening. You know how confused they're gonna be.
That's why I'm saying, can you put them in separate rooms
Oh, I'm
that
sure
are,
that'll
like,
stop 'em.
that are, like, locked
Sword
off from
enemies,
each
they're
other?
down the hall, but at least they're in a different room.
No,
God
I mean,
forbid they want snacks and they both go to the bar at the same time.
Put a door or something. You can make the rooms whatever you want. Like, put them in the room. There's no door, but they have infinite food. It's just like a
Until someone comes along one day and somehow opens the door, and then they just get fucking slaughtered.
I feel like this is a terrible idea. And also, I understand for emergency situations, but this sounds more like a relatively long-term living situation where I become a roommate to the denizens of the 9 hells in the abyss. I've had shitty neighbors before, but this, I don't know.
Well, it's not neighbors, it's literally roommates.
Yeah, that's even worse. That's worse.
Neighbors, you can at least ignore them. Roommates, you have to live with.
Caston and I would like privacy occasionally. We don't need demons.
You can't
Ins-
make, like, rooms they can't get out of?
That's a prison. You're describing a prison. I also don't want
Exactly.
demon prisoners in my home.
Well, can you make another demi-plane? that we
Oh,
can
just
put a
make
bunch of
another.
demons in?
That's not. Don't worry, guys. Did I mention I can just make more of those very easily, and it definitely wasn't my
You
life's
made
work.
one of them.
In defense, she stole half of it.
Maybe we should have stolen another one.
Doesn't work like that.
There is no other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be clear, the Hartnell was made in part using artifacts of Toll. Toll is dead, so can't make another one. Kinda. Also, yeah, the Hartnell's alive now. I don't know if she wants a bunch of demons in her.
God damn it. I fucking...
I feel like it's gonna be bad enough having a bunch of peasants getting their grubby fingers all over everything. I think demons are too far.
Peasants?
Yeah, that's
I-
a little...
That's called, like, the population of Gygax peasants?
I say that in the most respectul way you can respect
That's
people
not
who only
respectful
bathe
at
once a
all.
month, okay?
Only get paid
That's
once a month.
the opposite.
Is that what you said?
I didn't mean it derogatorily.
That was... Yes, you did. You called them peasants and said you don't want them touching your stuff.
Okay, I don't want the people from Gygax who are not of means to be getting their disgusting hands all over my highly technologically advanced
What the fuck
home.
is wrong with you? Do you think
I just-
because they don't have money, they're disgusting?
I'm just afraid I'm gonna get pink eye, okay?
Why do you even fight to protect this universe if you have such contempt for other people?
I don't have contempt. I care very much about their existence. I just want them to exist at least 6 feet away from me.
They're not all disease-ridden. They're not peasants.
Some of them are, though.
They're good people, okay?
I didn't say they're not good. I made no moral judgment.
Go back to your boring textbook.
The 1,000-year-old book actually is very interesting.
Is it? Can you tell us what you've learned so far?
Roll a history check.
Ooh, that sucks. Hold on. I'm gonna use a luck point.
At least just booping my boob. You know. cat thing.
What a bro. It's a boop.
She's also biting my hand now.
Oh, that's way better. 29.
29. Okay, so in the arguments between the two philosophers, as recorded by some nameless third party, you read a bunch of nonsense for a while. You're like some bullshit about the different essences of humanity and where they lie in the elemental plane and shit like that. Stuff that's been long debunked, and it was just like early philosophy bullshit. However, you made it about midway in. The meat of the conversation started to happen. And it wasn't about specific gods necessarily. It was just about gods in general and how the skeptic of the two, Kyrios, contends that a thing is only holy because we agree it's holy. You could easily trick your way into becoming a god if you were clever enough. And people have tried and gained semblances of power, enough to bestow a pact on something, for instance. If you instill enough fear in a group of people, hags are known for doing stuff like this, where they might take a small village and become sort of a tiny god to them, gaining a little bit more power just based on how belief and the weave interact and how divinity works and the whole... I guess, arcane physics of the whole thing. And the contention goes back and forth, and it basically ends on, well, how would you know if you were being tricked by a god if the trick was a good trick? And so it's, again, you're not quite to where you need to be, but there seems to be this idea that any of the gods could have been through subterfuge done so, but they name strange gods you haven't heard of necessarily, like those like minor gods that you haven't necessarily spent a lot of time with. But basically, the idea is a god of something very specific, like time. That makes sense. A god of superfluity? That could be anything. That's broad enough to where it could become painted by whoever believes in it. And as long as they share a name.
Okay, so basically what we'd already talked about someone using the belief of others to turn themselves into a god potentially, and
So we're talking about a god that's not on, like, past the divine gate.
Like, there's enough belief in Elenia specifically for her to grant some power. Like, that's how... This wasn't easy, but it was, it's fueled by other people's belief in the Valkyrie of Nightstone, the fame that the rest of you have garnered, and kind of the hope specifically that she inspires in people. And the fact that someone wanted to make a pact with her, just the way that... And her divine lineage, like, all of that combines for just enough of a spark to give Icilius some residual flame.
So would that individual be drawn by, like, say you gathered a bunch of people together for a celebration of that god?
What was the question?
If you gather a bunch of people together to celebrate a god that's not beyond the divine gate, is it possible that they might turn their eye to it and maybe even show up?
Well, there was one story once where they said Asalfa showed up, but... That's an oral story, though. Since you're thinking about it, roll a history check. Professor didn't grow up here. Yeah, the you can roll one for Jordan as well. You grew up.
Do you want me to roll one?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not that great. Jordan did even worse. 14 for me.
19?
Oh
Okay.
god. 3 for Jordan.
That's pretty good.
he's a math teacher, not a history teacher.
Fair.
Oh my god.
Fair.
Okay. What was yours? 19, and what was Elenia's?
14.
Okay. So the way that it's described, as Velios kind of recalls it a little bit better than everybody else, the sort of tale is that there were people of such power, of such wealth. The ale, the wine was of such high quality. The music was of, a band of legendary bards. Like, there's all this fruity, like pulp kind of, you can tell it's kind of bullshit in the story, where it just there's like sweeteners in the thing to kind of make it sound really cool for kids to listen to. Like, this is the year that she could show up, or whatever, you know what I mean? Kind of the Santa Claus on the roof sort of business, where you'll be granted even more boons if you are able to pull this off. There's specifically the point where she shows up. Men and women alike, and across sexualities and genders, are just drawn to Isolfa's, like, just beauty in general, in fine silks, and brought along Asulfa granted even more like servants and prostitutes and chefs and food and drink and even more, just extra, to where you start to get you can see where this sort of tails off and why the tale sort of ends for kids at this point, and you kind of don't hear much more about it. Like the tale kind of ends with like not the word prostitutes, but because you're an adult now, you can kind of understand that like, oh, serving girls and boys are, I mean, and they're beautiful and they have like this, like they have the blackest of black hair or the whitest of white skin or it's all the extremes of beauty and surplus and the children are to go to sleep and then the adults continue on into the night, and then when you wake up there's bountiful presents and stuff underneath your hearth or wherever your family kept presents, depends on the culture. For instance, in Evelius's culture, something like this would be more akin to like if the weather's going to be nice, like an outdoor garden area, kind of like where he has on the back of his house. In Gygax, it was just the sharing of gifts on that day with your friends, and in other places it's silos or places of gathering for the whole community, and then those things are doled out to people that need those things. So it just depends on where you're from. But yeah, so that's pretty much it.
By the way, I have terminal Cajun brain because when you said all the kids go to sleep and the adults party, I was like, Fey-do-do.
So basically, the keepers have to kill Santa Claus. Just gifts.
It's better than Santa. It's Santa, but with an implied orgy.
It's Santa
So-
with an orgy.
Do you think maybe we could recreate this by just throwing the biggest party that...
Do you know
Yeah,
5
George
legendary
Everson.
bards?
I know one that could have been one, but...
Okay, so we know one that failed at being a bard. We know.
Look, we know a lot of rich and powerful
We know
people we might be able to... We have an
5.
emperor for a friend.
5 bards? I know 1.
Who?
Well, there's the one that is in Ivory Drift. I don't know the name. Morin Talbot.
So. Oh, that
The
guy?
bard.
He doesn't bard anymore. He's doing. He definitely was a bard, though.
Okay, so we are the legendary bards.
Does it have bards?
Gotta be good music. Bards play the best music.
I mean, like, there's no way that we can't crowdsource together the best party that Dwar's ever seen, right? Like,
Do we have money for this? Because
Elven Kings, we're literally with a fucking a king and an emperor, like dragons.
just saying, like, do we have, like, is there money in the royal coffers to throw a party that would probably cost thousands and thousands of gold?
I don't think we have a whole lot.
I mean, it's doable.
Also, we don't know this would work. There's no guarantee this would work.
Right.
Well, what's our other plan then?
Is Egnir doing research on Aselpha or the Abyss / Nine Hells?
Both. We were like,
Both. So maybe we should wait for Egnir to return before we come up with a plan.
Sure.
we told him to get whatever information he could about both topics. So
Right. So if he comes back with good information, then maybe we can make a better plan. Rather than let's spend thousands and thousands of gold and hope it works.
The only person I could think of that's close to that still is like a Rimmerel, because they're always surrounded by like fruits
Access.
and like servants and things like that.
They were
Maybe
also
Kralin.
constantly changing how they looked, which is a thing that is.
Maybe
Yeah.
Kralin could help.
This whole thing sounds very fey, but
It does. I agree with you.
and also
Can you send in Kralin? Oh, he's on a different plane.
No, you can still sending
You
someone.
can. There's
on
just like a
different plane.
5% chance it gets lost. I think. Like if you roll
We
a
can tr-
1.
I mean, it can't hurt to try, right? It's not like we need slots for anything today.
Let me just make sure that's what it says. That there's like a 5%.
They're literally the only person that seems to line up with everything we know that we've met already that would even be close to this.
Yeah, 5% chance. So what do you want me to ask Kralin? Like,
Is the Rimmerel still in the Feywild?
Or if he knows anything about the Sulfa that could help us.
How long has he known a Rimmerel, maybe?
okay, I'll start with, hey Kralin. It's the professor. Weird question. Do you know anything about a Sulfa that isn't common knowledge?
Okay.
Oh
Do
no!
anything about a sulfur that isn't common knowledge. Okay. You get back.
It's also 3 a.m. again. I'm such a
It's
dick.
in the Feywild,
Oh,
which I believe doesn't work, but I could be wrong.
It does.
It
does
works,
work?
but there's a 5% chance it won't. So you gotta
Roll a d20. If it's a 1, it fails.
Yeah.
You good?
Did you roll it?
Oh, I thought you were okay. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not casting the spell.
3.
Okay, so you're good. Okay, so do you know anything? What was the question specifically? How did you word it?
Do you know anything about a sulfa that isn't common knowledge?
Why are you like this?
I don't know. You learn magic then and be the phone.
You're the smart one. You're
Uh,
supposed to be the smart one.
Hey, I'm smart. My wisdom is not that high, okay?
I don't know what this has to do with wisdom.
I know I know things. I don't necessarily know the best way to put those things into action.
I don't really know if there's a lot of stuff about a sulfa that most people don't know. I'm not really the religious type. Sorry.
What's the
Did
person's
you ask
name?
him if a Rimmerel is still in the Feywild?
Sure.
And like doing his thing or their
Follow
thing?
up. Is Remerel still where we know them to be in the Feywild?
I don't know where you know them to be, but they're back watching the line between the Shadowfell and the Feywild is normal.
Okay. Any other questions before I try and undo the dumbassery I have committed upon Kralen's brain.
How are you gonna undo it? By continuing to talk?
I'm just gonna apologize. I
That
don't know.
doesn't undo it. That doesn't undo it.
Sorry, we are dumb. Please ignore us. This conversation never happened.
So no other genuine questions?
I
I can't think of anything else.
Okay.
I mean, like, we can't be like, do you think that a Rimmerel is a sulfa? But
I mean, we totally could.
yeah, but he would just be like, I don't know.
Let's just plan on visiting a Remerel at some point, and we'll investigate ourselves. Because obviously, if Kralen knew, he would say something.
Yeah, that's fair.
We also need to see what we get back from the Dragon Library, which will hopefully give us more information. So I'll do send it to Kralen one more time and say, sorry, it's 3 a.m. here. The stupid questions are my fault. Thanks, Kralen.
Okay. Make sure you stay well rested and well fed.
I love him. You have 20 charisma.
Yep. Yeah, I do.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. I think
The problem is I'm
pulled the
not
plug.
charismatic in real life, so I can't apply that to the game.
No, you're charismatic in real life. Shut the fuck up. I think we should all go to sleep.
It is very
We'll-
late.
We'll find out what Agnir has to say in the morning once he's done doing his homework. And then we'll figure out where we go from there.
Okay.
Okay. So you're all going to bed?
Yep.
I'm gonna go into the Hartnell and work on one of the, long rests for the wand.
Okay. Easy enough. You complete that. If you'd like, Agnir, you can be done by the end of the day here and show up.
Sure.
Okay. So early in the morning, you show up to a rather dead house. Everyone's still asleep for quite some time. Is there anything you want to accomplish in town before everybody wakes up?
No, I have nothing.
Okay. All right. So you spend some time. First person up in the morning is a professor who walks out of the Hartnell and as the door opens, and it's sort of just this nice, beautiful day out, about 9 a.m. or so, before you can, actually more like 10 a.m., before you guys can get your rest in. You stretch and look around. Everything's good. The Agnir has opened the door and has stepped through the inside. You head inside. Everything's totally fine. Everybody wakes up.
why you gotta word it like that.
So you wake up in the morning. Ivelios is, I guess, his little bandage on his hand from the cut. You can do what you want.
Okay. I'll be downstairs. I guess we see Agnir.
Yeah, Agnir and Professor are joining in the morning about the time that everyone would have got a long rest. Agnir headed over. Has roll an investigation check for Agnir.
Do I get a bonus for bringing my smart, beautiful dragon wife with?
No.
Fuck. 12.
He's
Okay.
an idiot.
And you were looking for specifically
Information pertaining to Asulfa and maybe their origins, or
Okay.
possible layers, locations, and then information pertaining to Zix, the Nine Hells in general, navigating it,
okay.
etc.
Okay. You have one tome with you. As you were reading through it, you found it interesting. There have been a couple stories of people from a long time ago, which is why I knew the Dragon Archives for this. And it's a small book, dimensionally, except for its thickness. It's incredibly thick. Like a YA novel. It's just like the pages are this big, but it's and flipping through it, and reading, spending time, you find early reports of like Asulfa, as far as as far back as you can go, which is like 1,500 years maybe. So before the latest reconstruction, before the time of peace. Oddly, the clerics and other individuals that made like pacts, or I guess you say it was like a bonding, a pledge of faith to Asulfa. For some reason, and this is a third-hand account basically of of dragon individuals, dragon kin, basically trying to sort of conquer different parts of the land to the south of Gygax, and or where Gygax is now. What didn't exist back then. And this recording of these specifically this Dragonborn commander, he keeps running across these small bands of what at first they thought were like people just like trying to defend like villages or whatever from the armies of the dragons or whatever. But the dragons weren't like interested in the villages. They're interested in like specific points where they can consolidate power, or they can build. The Red Tower is a good example of this. That's to the south of Gygax, that you've been to one time. you're reading about the tactics because it's more of a military handbook. It's more of like a skirmish log, I guess, and they're not doing cleric type stuff like they're not like healing, and they're not like triage, and they're not there for necessarily to help these bands of people. In fact, he mentions what you assume is like drow or something at some point. Dark-skinned, elvish people. And they're kind of far away from Drow Hall and like the traditional lands of Drow. But the way that they're mentioned, it seems Drow adjacent at least. And then there's one individual who looked Drow at first, but and the wording is a little weird, but basically had a bone on its skull, like a strange skull of this living creature, of this humanoid. And it was meddling with the minds of his soldiers. It was like causing them to go mad, or causing them to laugh uncontrollably, or causing them to otherwise be influenced by subversive magic, not this holy radiance that one would expect from a cleric. This is the best you have of an account of anything old talking about specifically in a Sulfan. They call it the silo, like sort of silo people is kind of like the sort of like brushing aside sort of crass way to talk about them. But it's mentioned that they worship a bounty god known as a Sulfa. It's all in Draconic, but so that's the information you get while you are discussing such things.
So I assume he's just gonna translate all of this to us.
Well, I just said everything that he said. Not translate, just gonna talk about it.
Yeah. A bone in their head? What?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that.
A bone?
It seems
A
like
bone
it's
in there.
In their skull? Do they mean like did they like kill it? Did it run off? They said they saw it fucking with soldiers, but like what happened after that?
Are you talking to me?
I mean like
What was the question?
technically Egnir. They said it was messing with soldiers, but what happened after they saw it? Did it run away? Did they kill it? Did they fight it?
It was a
Did
person. It's not an it. It's a person.
Well, whatever, a person. You said it as well.
The Dragonborn used the term it,
Okay, so they.
but it was definitely humanoid. Didn't seem like it wasn't like it wasn't written as though it was a monster. It was written as though it was a fucking tricksy bastard.
What do you mean by a bone?
Yeah, is that the only like descriptive? A bone in its head. That's very.
A bone growing out of its head. Yeah.
It doesn't
So
say
like
like
a horn?
where or like.
No.
Why wouldn't they just use horns of their dragons?
This is sounding more and more like a trickster god.
Mm-hmm.
Are there types of people who can actually change their face, like doppelgangers can?
Mm-hmm. You would all know that there's a small number of people that are considered changelings. Doppelgangers are...
The only thing we've run into is doppelgangers.
Doppelgangers are different. Doppelgangers are easily confused with, but are more nefarious in their goals. Changelings just want to live their life. They're just people that happen to be able to do a thing. And they're often confused, which is why they're usually pretty secretive about their shit. Like, doppelgangers like feeding off of the subversion of a person. Or a community, I guess.
Maybe Aselpha is some sort of like changeling if they appear as a different thing everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Well,
don't know.
we can do that.
I know, but magically, not physically. Some people can shape.
Technically,
What's-
magically
what's
can make
the
you
difference?
change
Yeah.
physically, also.
Well, some are illusions and some are.
Right. But like alter
I mean,
self
like
isn't. That's not
illusory
even a high
versus
level.
like
Oh,
a
second
physical-
level spell.
Yeah.
But those don't cause you to grow bones out of your head. I don't know.
You can.
I think you can, as long as it
You absolutely
basically has
can.
the same mass as you.
But that's not like a depiction that anyone's ever.
Well, this wasn't of the god. This was of a specific person that was obviously like a
Cleric.
cleric.
Testers.
Yeah. The commander called them a silo cult, but I mean,
Sure.
it's pretty obvious, like cleric or something like that.
How did a god trick everyone into, like, literally everyone, into just accepting that this is common?
You should read the Philosopher's book.
The Bible? Oh,
No,
it's a good trick.
you're a good trick.
Like, every single person just kind of accepts it as a thing?
It probably happened over a long period of time. Like the power that you've theoretically gained by having people believe in you, in the sense that you can like
Yeah,
have
but, like,
people
I never
drop.
tricked people into what I am, you know?
Right, but I'm saying.
But you
like, what if
could.
I also
Right, you could
didn't
use
start
your
out with a weird cult.
But if you decided
Why are
to,
we-
let's say you were evil,
Throwing
you could
stones
do it.
directly into panes of glass. It's
What?
like it would just. I mean, you could do this. You could easily be like. You could tell people that you gave Icilius power, and your power would probably. Like they're
It's self-perpetuating
Yeah.
if you want it to. The more power you have, the easier it would be to convince people of your power, which would add to your power, which would make it even easier.
right.
You could have exponential growth if
Would
you were
we-
intentionally
like-
doing it.
Piss off a god if we convinced enough people to stop?
Who's gonna? What do you, are we gonna convince
I-
the world to be?
Not the world, I don't know.
How many people does it take to make sure to mitigate the power of a god? I don't even know what that
No.
means.
You also can't
Okay,
make people
you're
not believe
laughing,
something.
but like, anybody got ideas out here? Because I feel like I'm the only one ever throwing out ideas.
I don't think that the idea that we should be going and debunking Asulfa is the way to go.
Sounds like a
Especially when there's like material, like, effects of believing in it. Like everyone we all experience it. Like, I don't know.
What do you mean by a silo cult?
They put
Literally
shit in a
silo.
silo and they're a cult. Why do we keep forgetting the silos? It's like a very ziggurat style, but silos. Where you just take your excess and you put it in there as tribute.
Why would Solarion be so cryptic about this and not tell us the thing that we knew? Apparently we knew it, so why not just say it? Because we don't know it, from what I can tell.
I don't know.
I think we should soon head to the Abyss and work on this stuff, and while we're doing so, continue to try and think about ways to find a Sulfa. Because I got nothing right now, and I have no idea what to do.
Is it gonna be easier or harder to hunt down a trickster god as the world starts to collapse?
I don't know.
It's a good
Probably harder.
pain in the ass regardless.
Also true.
Yeah, I guess Abyss and Nine Hells is all we got.
At least we know what we're kind of looking for.
I was really hoping that we wouldn't have to go there immediately, but
We could always try to throw the greatest party in the history of parties. But
now you just want to do that because throwing a party.
I
Means
mean,
drugs.
I already have drugs. I have plenty of drugs. It's just more socially acceptable to do them around other people.
Why can I picture people that we've met, but I can't think of names?
What are you picturing?
I'm just trying to picture people that we've met in dresses. Or that would have made sense that they were important enough for us to meet. Because it wouldn't probably just be a random person. Oh,
Don't giggle to yourself over there, okay?
I just read a message in chat. I was trying not to flame them. Elder Kroll said, "Who did the party meet early on besides Sig?" I mean, there's lots of NPCs. That's
Bob from Bob's
not
Tour?
helping. Not helping. the-
Bob from Bob's Tours is a sulfa.
There you go. Bob's Tours.
Bob dead? Bob
No.
died!
He was at the your fight with the dragon or with the
Oh!
champion. Remember, I bought like 100 Bob's Tours t-shirts.
Oh my god! I forgot. Fuck.
it wouldn't be Katie.
We had Katie. There were the two little fuckers. What are?
Oh
what
god,
are
I just said it wasn't
their
gonna help, and then you decided to jump on
names?
that.
Sam and Aaliyah. Fucking. We had Kriega. We had fucking Zudre. Those
I'm
were
just trying to
players.
think of females or
They may
males
not even
that were
be a
wearing a dress.
lady.
Exactly. They could just be wearing a dress.
What if they just took the dress off when we met them? Uh-oh.
Yeah, they don't have to be wearing a dress.
I don't even remember seeing any silos specifically outside of the time we visited a farm and it was
The
Ben.
only time we went to a farm was Ben's beet farm infested
the
with
sulfa.
spiders.
That's it. Ben's the sulfa.
Most
Case closed.
most farmers are very keen on a sulfa.
But Ben was stupid.
Ben's still
I
stupid.
mean, stupid.
Ben is still dumb.
Yeah, he deals in beats, but they're good ass beats.
We
Do
had
one of you
nothing
guys
but
have the
beet
drawing Ben
But-
did, or do I
but
have that
think
somewhere?
about it.
I
That's
had
your-
that whole.
Oh,
Hold on. They always have an excess of beats. Just pointing that out there.
No, it's not Ben.
How do you know?
He's too dumb to be a god.
Well,
It's
that's
a
just...
trick. Ooh.
Yeah, what
Okay,
if
I
he's
don't know
tricking us
about
to think
that.
that we're stupid?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yep.
tricking us into thinking we're stupid.
I meant he's stupid. I'm stupid. Okay, leave me alone.
Any-
Oh
Need a
no!
truth for that
Wait,
once.
we
I
are.
think we're there.
Wait, we are actually stupid?
Yeah, we've been
Ah.
saying
Yeah.
the whole time. and I
You
know what
saw
you're
the
talking
fucking
about.
shit in Elysium that we went through, okay?
I just chalk that up to nerves
No, it was...
and stunning lack of preparation.
Or a combo of all three.
Oh, look.
Stupidity
scary
would
poetry.
influence one of them.
I've got a map of Tintop. Got a map of Marengo. Ivory Drift. The Defiant Bounty. The fucking message about Icilius's brain. Or his soul or whatever.
The Defiant Bounty.
That's
It's the airship.
That's
It's the airship. That's
You brought it up already.
I don't even know why. Defiant does not mean tricky. I
Yeah,
don't,
for
but
bounty.
bounty.
I can't find Ben's drawing of the spider. The goat spider. Fuck.
Has Kasdan ever worn a dress?
He has.
Wow.
Ashton, are you hiding something from us?
Kasdan is the sulfur.
Are you a god?
He was on the airship that ends in Bounty, and he's a
Oh,
tricky
there
rogue.
we go.
oh, wow.
It's time to
Boom.
torture him until
Guess for torturing Kasdan, no.
Actually, it's more like bump, 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 bump.
What? Oh,
Bump, 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 bump. That's how well that would be written. Not X-Files, Goosebumps.
you mean... dun, dun, dun. No, you're saying it totally wrong. It's dun 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 dun.
Wow, that the same
Oh,
thing I did.
No, hers was closer.
What? I
You
just
missed a whole beat.
I said bup 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 instead of
No.
da
No,
da da
that's
da
how you
da.
did it the
You're
first time.
No.
No, that's how he did
Dun,
it.
dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, I know how.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bump, bump, bump. Yes,
Maybe you just
same
missed,
thing
maybe you
he
missed
said.
it in the mic. I don't know. Man.
He missed it the first time.
I didn't.
I didn't hear it.
Randy, you're just a
I don't know.
contrarian,
I don't know
okay?
the. I don't know the Home Improvement theme, but I do know the ooh or whatever. Ooh. Maybe it's that. Who knows? Well, as you're all trying to figure this out, as everything's happening,
Maybe get lucky and a Sulfa will just show up and be like, "Hello, I am a Sulfa.
Hi, I
have
heard
a
you needed
dress,
me.
and this is my silo."
Next time you
Here's
see
my
a silo,
essence.
I heard you
Now,
needed
and
me.
then they'll
We've
just
met
dive.
before.
you literally
No,
walked
no.
past in a sulfin thing in Brown Cedar Hold.
Alright, let's go back.
Like a silo for
Alright.
a Sulfa.
Well, this
Also
one was a
Next
storage
conspiracy.
place.
Wait, was
Julia
it
is a
the-
sulfa.
Was it the pretty lady who gave us tea in Brown Cedar
Ooh.
Hold, maybe? That gave us tea and studied your weird face-eating book? Or...
There's a possibility.
I don't remember enough about her.
She was like a monk or something, I don't know.
Yeah. She was good at magic stuff.
There was two
She made
different.
really good
there were
tea.
there were two different ones. The one with the tea did not give you the book.
No, so yeah, there were two.
No,
There was
she didn't
tea and then
give
there was
us the
Magic
book.
Lady.
Right. There
We
was
were gonna
one.
let
There
her-
was one that dealt with the press in Brown Cedar Hold that deals with the magic paper. Totally different. Where
No, not her, not her.
where
We were
her
gonna-
face got eaten, and the other person was just holding onto the book and looking at it.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the person I was talking about who made the tea. Bro,
Huh.
I hate this.
You want me to message her and be like, "Hey, you're not a Sulfa, are you?"
No!
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alienite.
a trickster
A
god.
Trickster God is gonna say, yeah, I'm a Sulfa. You got me.
No, a trickster god would say yeah. To be honest here, because there's no way that we would believe that. Like, trickster
I don't
god, are you
think,
this
I
trickster
don't think
god?
Arlem
Yeah.
is a Sulfa because Arlem's dead. Or not Arlem, fucking, well, Arlem's dead.
Arlem is
what's his
dead.
face? Wait, what's the other one? I can't think of his name. That started with an
Alexander.
A. No, no, no.
Oh no, we brought him back after we killed him.
Vampire guy.
Anson?
Anson?
Anson.
You didn't bring him
He's
back.
super good.
He's dead.
No, we brought Alexander back.
Yeah, we brought Alexander back after we killed him.
Anson, we just said, fuck it.
Fuck
Yeah,
it.
There was the
that's
weird
different.
fey painter person that we killed
Yeah,
that painted
I
things.
took their paint. You should probably let Alexander and Vala know that Lathander's dead at some point. They'd probably be interested in that.
I don't think they really care that much.
I mean, they were part of the religion for like, decades. I'd think they'd care a little.
I mean, Vala wasn't, but like,
Wasn't she working at the at the temple in your hometown?
she was my private tutor. She wasn't actually.
I feel like Alexander would be interested.
Technically, she wasn't supposed to be there as a tiefling, and
Sure.
it's kind of iffy. She wasn't open about it.
I love when people try to type the names of things.
Yeah, it's because
Yeah.
No one ever gets it, and I always try to
spell-
make them very phonetic.
You
They spell
spell things
Hartnell
very
wrong every
weird.
time too.
Okay, Jordan is not spelled phonetically.
No, that's
Cico,
correct.
kind of.
CICO. Yeah.
No, because even we got it wrong at the beginning of the
I
campaign.
mean,
I think
even you
don't-
got it wrong. Yeah, you guys get a lot of it wrong. It's okay.
We didn't spell the made-up names correctly. I'm sorry.
I just like seeing it.
All names are made up.
Mm-hmm.
Point of
True.
order.
Just interesting.
You know what
Oh
I mean by
boy.
made-up names, you fucker.
This is a stupid thing that bothers me. But for the record, Hartnell is spelled like Heartnell because it's got a heart on the door. That's how you can remember it. Hartnell.
Yeah, and not like the actor.
No, because that's copyright or something.
I don't think you can copyright.
But the rest isn't at all.
Yeah, not copyright. No copyright infringement happening.
This is
right
my
here.
original character. Do not steal.
Your name is Dr. Shmoo.
Shmoo. I think it's funny if it's like
Professor
Doctor. Who's it?
Shmoo.
Doctor what?
Dr. What's it?
Dr.
Dr. Hoomst.
Whomst? Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Doctor Whomst. Well,
Doctor.
Tune in next week for us to go through a whole list of every single NPC we've ever met in the entire
Get
game.
right in.
so you
Maybe
guys.
it was the guy we gave that money to for his boat. That was a Sulfa.
The poor fisherman.
It was the bartender that made the first Kingslayer. That's a Sulfa.
This is my bounty.
It was
Enjoy
the kid that we actually killed. That 18-year-old that was part of a racist cult.
It was the fetus that got shot.
It was actually the werewolf man with the diamond in his chest.
It was actually in the
It
end
was-
of things.
oh.
It was just Sutra.
She is a drow. So... No, her bounty is just bounty of murder.
Bodies.
Bodies.
Dead bodies.
That's what
Walk
they put
into
in the
the
silos.
the
The
silos.
silos full of bodies, like that one silo in Hannibal where they're all stitched together.
That's a totem pole.
No, there's a silo full of bodies in Hannibal.
Oh, that's right. I forget. The totem pole's the best one though.
It's like a mandala of dying people.
It's an eyeball.
But
Eye of God.
it's Kabi. Jesus Christ, chat. Go to bed.
Well, are you guys just gonna sit in Arlem's house and speculate?
I guess.
Well, for now,
Jake,
I
how
don't know
much
what
money
the
do
fuck
I have
else
to
are
give
we
you in
gonna
real
do?
life for a hint?
Like, even just a tiny fucking hint.
We're very stupid. Please.
His-
The god that we freed literally looked at us and was like, you know who it is, and then didn't tell us! What the fuck kind of dick move?
All
Thinking
gods,
maybe we go back
even
to at
good
least
ones are kind of dicks. That's
Seriously.
what I've learned.
What the fuck? Just give me the answer.
Do you think if you were given the answer that the god of trickery wouldn't understand that you have the answer and that it was given to you?
I don't know how that
The
works.
situation.
We didn't even know it's a god of trickery. Is it the matriarch? Did she trick everyone into thinking she's like
Ha!
important?
I didn't get vanished. I left on my own. frustrating.
Pray for another hint. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep spamming the pool until. Hey!
Spend a whole session next week. I will message. I'll do sending to every single person we know. Are you a Sulfa?
That's a lot of ritual casts.
And we're gonna roleplay everyone, Jake. This is your fault for playing with such stupid people. So you gotta roleplay every character you've ever done.
Okay. Deal?
Use a wish spell to find out.
Curse bring back.
Do you have a wish spell?
We
Had.
had
Pick
one.
up wish. I thought about it when on a level up. I don't remember if I did.
You're
I don't
level
think I did.
18. Do you have 9th level spells yet?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Did you get him at 17?
Yeah.
You just leveled up.
Yeah.
Did you pick new
I can
spells?
pick 2 new spells every level up.
Did you just pick 2 new
So-
spells?
I did. I didn't pick wish though, so I
Okay.
don't have that. Because that's like a
What did you pick? Wait.
that's a one and done. That's not. I mean, depending on how you roll. I don't know how you handle wish spells, but
Why didn't you
usually
get gate, huh?
what's gate?
Oh my god. Gate is where you can literally summon any extra planar entity that you know the name of.
Yeah, you're
And it could be
fired,
like-
bro.
You
I might have
literally
looked
like
at it, but does
you
that
cast
work
it and
on-
you'll be like, hey, minor demon lord, and you say their name, and then they come like,
Okay, the materials for that is a diamond worth 5,000 gold. We
Yes.
don't have that.
Please.
And
Please.
also, deities and other planar rulers can prevent portals created by the spell from opening in their presence or anywhere within their domains. So you can't just be like a Sulfa.
well, no, not a Sulfa, but I mean, like, that could have solved our 9 health problem.
Sure. If you knew the name.
What's up, Satan? It's me.
If
your
you knew the
boy.
name of one of the actors of Nine Hells that weren't strong enough to shut down your gate.
True.
I did pick up power word stun though. That could.
Well,
be
no, that
helpful.
could have given. We could have summoned some sort of minor demon, like the devil or something, and taken its weapon.
With its
for-
name.
Yeah.
Do you have one of those?
No, but we could research that.
Just the Book
Sure,
of
we
Devil
could find
Names?
the name of a devil.
The Book of Devil Names. Yeah.
There's got to be books in the real world. There are books on demon names, and demons aren't even real here. So there's got to be a book that includes some demon
This is
names.
devils.
Devils, sorry.
Those would be a
At
little bit
least
harder to get
one
their
of
true
them
names.
is named Jeff.
Yeah, if you want to take a shot in the dark on stuff like that, yeah, would love it. So anytime you guys have
My
a
name's
weird
Jeff.
idea, go for it. So
Craig.
It's
Craig
Craig.
Christ.
I'm like Craig.
It's Craig
We
Christ.
give him a Diet Dr. Pepper in exchange for helping us.
hey y'all, it's a sulfur here.
Yeah.
Got a trickery.
That's not what
at
he
your
sounds
service.
like. Wait,
That's not what he sounds right.
no,
Like
we found
right.
a thing. The only thing I remembered that we found that the 2 times we've been like triggered was there were
Trickered.
there was a town full of doppelgangers once, and then the only other time was a
Are you talking
a
about the time we met that
Nilbog.
like imp guy who sent us to the meat dimension?
Nilbog.
Was that,
No.
was that
the
time?
Nilbog that sent us to the fucking weird. We had to like walk backwards and upside down and
Yeah.
get out of his little child dungeon where he was like,
He could.
Could be, but like,
Or,
That
That's
or maybe he got his powers from the trickster god.
sure.
sure.
Did you
we're gonna
didn't
torture everyone.
didn't you guys kill that?
I think we did kill that
You killed-
Nilbog.
I think they got away. I think they like blipped out somewhere.
I'm
I don't know, we-
99% sure you
Either we
killed
killed
that.
it or ran away. We
been a long
basically, because they're like kids were disappearing or something. Like a
Yeah,
whole
they
Because
town
jacked
had
my-
vanished.
Zudre was with
seal.
you at the time. The odds of that surviving seems slim,
I remember we found out it was a Nilbog, so
which is just goblin spelled backwards.
yep.
I learned that from Troll too.
Ugh.
Well, nilbogs are granted They're possessed goblins that by trickster gods. So
maybe that was the one time we met a Sulfa. Was a Nilbog. It was possessed.
Whatever happened to that town?
It's probably still out there.
pretty dead 10.
Maybe it was Babbitt, and then his head got squished.
I don't think it had anything to do with that, but it was nowhere near that.
Maybe the bird is the sulfa.
I'm the bird.
I don't think a Sulfa would sit in a lair and cry over like one dead guy that like they really like to chase.
Maybe it was a trick. We don't know.
The whole thing is a trick.
I love that.
Both
I love that Sarah thinks you've only been tricked twice. That's amazing to me.
No, I mean like the two big times I remember being tricked.
Well, of course, because you remember being tricked. So,
I hate you.
So, we still just gonna sit here and do a sulfa?
Is it the hag that we killed?
So the answer is yes.
On this, so
Yeah, that's fine.
Going.
That's fine. I'm just asking.
Or we could end right now.
I'm just asking.
Keep
No,
going.
go for it. It's up to you guys. We'll end soon. Either way.
Oh my god, it's not Rodney, chat.
Who's Rodney?
Rodney?
Oh, Rodney.
What?
The druggie from
Yeah.
Tranquist.
Yeah.
The opposite of bounty. He would be like the god of being destitute and selling crack.
The Wanderer.
I wish Harper was still alive.
Hey,
That would've been
buddy. Hey, Toll. You wanna let us know? Wanna give us some hints?
Way to die, Toll, you dick.
I know, right? Hey, you gotta go find 6 gods. By the way, I'm not gonna help. See ya.
But if he helped, you wouldn't be strong enough to do the thing you need to do at the end.
I mean,
No,
you're
it's
just, like- I don't
the
think
Doctor
telling us
Strange one moment.
Well,
Fucking... I know
Is it
people-
Carl? Is Carl a sulfa?
I forgot about Carl.
We haven't heard from Carl in a long time.
he's around. He does security.
The Herald.
She's probably dead now. It's been 5,000 years. And the city went somewhere, so...
Bestier.
Or the noodle guy. It's noodle guy. It's the guy who sells Basir the noodles.
Excess and when
That guy always have an excess of
a
noodles.
bounty of noodles and a bounty of death.
They're literally just naming NPCs. It's...
How else are we gonna figure it out?
Before.
And-
You said compare your notes. We are going through every motherfucker we know.
This is not a note comparison. This is you remember? And then it's you guys, and then Randy's just sullen. Sullen and quiet.
Yeah, I got nothing.
We don't know.
Of course
Like,
not.
You can't tell
Legit.
us we know, and then we're gonna sit here and be like, what the fuck?
Like, is it someone that this is? I'm trying to think of a question that you would actually answer. Are we going to feel like idiots when we know
Yes.
the answer? What?
Yeah,
We do every single time.
of course you will. You're gonna be like, well, fuck, yeah, obviously. If only
It's
I had
not-
paid attention when Jake opened his mouth.
Just,
I tell you all the time. I give you information on purpose.
is it the beholder?
And
Is
I
it the
believe
beholder
you,
that
and I
owns
believe
bounty?
that you do.
I thought the
Soundtrack?
same thing.
And this
Yeah,
is
I kind of thought soundtrack might be.
and this is the point. And this is the point
Like,
because
I
some
have
of it, some of it's not going to be useful to everything, obviously. So that's why. I know that you take good notes, and I understand that a lot of you listen very carefully. And here's the deal: that's fantastic because it also makes that harder when you do have that nugget of information sitting within the sort of like surrounding noise. It does one of two things. It makes you feel very fucking smart if you figure it out, or it makes me look like a fucking genius.
Well,
Either
right now,
one.
it's just making us look like
You
idiots.
guys have, but several times, especially with the Illithid writing, geniuses. You look like geniuses. You figure stuff out. You got real good thinkers going on. You got thinking caps. You guys are capable. It's a little bit harder when we're not all together all the time. You can't collaborate in person. So I mean, don't feel bad. But also sometimes it comes down to lack of preparation, like in regards to Elysium. You would have been prepared for that had you stayed a cleric. You would have been totally fine with that because you would have understood exactly how to navigate all of these things. But you didn't, and that's okay because you wanted to go another direction. And so that experience is different because of the choices that you made in the past, which is why it's fun. So either way, we all win because you're going to have that moment, and you're either going to be like, oh, fuck, of course, or you're going to be like, ha, I knew it.
I think you're overestimating us.
I am not. It's happened literally every time there's been a reveal. You go, oh, shit, or, ha, I was right.
No, but this time we're not going to figure it out. We're all just going to die.
That's fine.
Is Jeremiah the snail a sulfa?
Yes.
Are the mini tacos a sulfa?
They are bountiful. Because you can fit more in the box.
No, that's not right.
The only time I've ever seen any kind of trickery and entity pop up in my notes is the Nilbog.
What if I told you that 100% was not true? I mean, not that it didn't show up in your notes. That
There have been more than two, and we're just not aware, is what you're... Yeah.
there's been
Okay.
more than two, yeah. Anyway.
Alright, after we go off stream, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna read through my notes, and we're gonna have a study session, okay? And we're gonna talk about
Okay,
things, and
yeah,
maybe we'll
text-
figure it
yep.
out.
Group chat, we got it.
All right.
Alright,
So,
We
not
don't
group
got
chat,
it.
we're sitting in here,
Everyone,
and
we're
this
gonna
voice
be
calling.
back
We're gonna
next
do
week.
it.
I have
Next
two
week's gonna be the
females
same
written.
thing.
I have General Axia and the dirty parakeet woman that
I'm
we
looking
met.
for women, I don't think it has to do with that.
I know, but those are like the only two names that stand
did you
out.
say
I also
dirty
have something called
parakeet?
Woman, yeah, there's a dirty parakeet woman that we met in Gygax, but I never got a name.
She was
But
an
you
Eric
pointed it
Cochran.
out-
She was an Eric Cochran.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
you pointed it out to me specifically. You specifically pointed her out,
Yes, I did.
Okay,
and I wrote it
alright.
down.
I'm going through every fucking note in this.
Okay, so
We're gonna sequentially go through
as
the journey here.
Is the bird dude that Avelius went on a date with a sulfa?
Jesus Christ.
as you compare notes, and you rack your brains collectively over this question of Asulfa and the way to navigate the abyss and the nine hells and what to do even when you get there and how to even approach any of this, and we need Icilius and blah blah blah. As you do all this and you sit there, Dredon brings over some coffee and tea. He made both. Puts them in the center. You guys can help yourselves to that. You kind of pouring over notes here, and then Evelios, as you're sitting there looking through your notes, the identity of Asulfa does not come to mind. But what does come to mind is due to your incredible high perception, passive of 27, you said? You basically look through walls. Your fucking X-ray vision. Super hearing, all of it. As you are sitting there reading, and everyone's sort of collectively talking, and the clinks of coffee mugs and tea and the fire crackling, and you can hear sort of this little rainy outside as it sort of hits the top of the shingled roof. It's cozy, it's peaceful, and within that, you hear sort of the lack of noise from the outside. Like, people stop talking to each other for just a moment. And there's a beat that goes by, and you sort of set your book down, and everybody else doesn't notice this. Not even Egnir. Egnir notices you, but Egnir doesn't notice what you just heard. Or I guess the lack of hearing it. You sort of go like this, away from your book, looking through your notes. And then there's just this faint sort of voice that you can pick out. And you can hear 4 words.
Fuck.
And those words, in the distance, from outside the house, through the rain, through the silence, very softly, very calmly, and through what sounds like a smile.
God damn it.
You
No.
have been chosen.
Yup.
And that's where we'll end.
No! No! We're
Tonight.
not doing this again. We are killing this asshole.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks.
As soon as you said that, everyone stopped talking. I was like, it's him. He's here. We're doing it. It's
Yep.
happening again. It's
Yep.
happening again. 2 over. We're here. Fuck you.
I guess we'll see what happens.
Vamp us, motherfucker.
I'm keeping my
See what
house.
happens.
You will not destroy my house again.
I suppose we'll see what happens.
Or we'll just all be taken with all the city, whatever happens, or destroyed, or whatever's happening to the city that we're not 100% on.
I'm gonna kill this bitch. Hey, we'll find the matriarch, maybe.
So, come hang out next Wednesday. And we'll see what that's all about. A very familiar voice. Possibly through a bronze mask.
We could go get our frustration.
God,
out
now my
of it.
timelines are all fucked up.
Yeah.
Is my sense of foreboding a sulfa? Because I have a bounty of it.
It's a good place to end. Have a good night, everybody.